This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I've been sitting on this experience for almost a year now, and I still can't make sense of it. I need to get this off my chest because it's eating away at me. I keep checking my windows. I keep a flashlight by my bed. I wake up at the slightest noise. I'm not the same person anymore. Last January, I was completely burnt out from my office job. I work in data analytics, stuck in this windowless office with fluorescent lights that give me migraines. My apartment in Queens is right next to the subway, so there's constant noise. I was desperate for some peace and quiet, just a few days away from everything. My co-worker Tom mentioned his cousin had a cabin in the Adirondacks that he rents out occasionally. It sounded perfect. Isolated, basic, and cheap. No cell service, no internet, no neighbors, just silence. Tom showed me some pictures of this small, one-story cabin with a tiny porch. Nothing fancy, but exactly what I needed. I booked it for 4 nights. The drive up there took about 5 hours. The last hour was on these increasingly narrow roads until I was basically on a dirt path. The GPS lost signal about 20 minutes before I reached the turnoff. I had to use the printed directions Tom's cousin had emailed me. The cabin was set back from even that small road, with only a narrow, overgrown path leading to it. It sat beside what used to be a creek bed, now dried up. When I arrived, it was around 4 in the afternoon. The January sky was already getting dark. The cabin looked exactly like the photos, small, wooden, with a little porch out front. The key was under a rock, just like Tom's cousin said it would be. Inside was basic, a main room with a kitchenette, a small bedroom, and a bathroom with a shower that barely worked. It was cold, so I fired up the wood stove right away. That first night was uneventful. I made some soup, read a book by lamplight, and went to bed early. I slept better than I had in months. The silence was incredible. No cars, no people, no humming electronics, nothing. Around 3 in the morning, I woke up to what sounded like a knock on the porch. Just once, I figured it was the wind, or maybe a branch falling, or an animal. I went back to sleep. The next day, I explored the property a bit. The cabin sat on about 2 acres, mostly wooded. There was supposed to be a pond according to the property map, but when I found it, it was mostly dried up, just a depression in the ground with some mud. What caught my attention were footprints around the edge of where the pond used to be. They looked old, maybe from the previous renter, but something about them made me uneasy. They were deep, like someone heavy had been walking there, and they seemed to circle the entire pond. That evening, I made a small fire in the fire pit behind the cabin. As I sat there watching the flames, I kept hearing something moving in the woods. At first, I thought it was deer or some other animal, but the movement seemed deliberate, like it was making a half circle around where I was sitting. I would hear a twig snap on my left, then a few minutes later, something rustling on my right. I convinced myself it was just the wind or wildlife, but I still went inside earlier than I'd planned. I slept fitfully that second night, waking up several times thinking I heard something on the porch, but each time I listened, there was nothing but silence. On the third morning, I stepped out onto the porch to get some firewood and froze. There were footprints on the wooden boards, human footprints, bare feet. They were narrow and long, starting at the bottom of the porch steps and ending right at the door. I couldn't tell if they were coming or going. They weren't there the night before. I would have noticed, and they weren't mine. I had boots on every time I went outside. The footprints looked weird too. The toes were spread wide apart like whoever made them rarely wore shoes. I grabbed the broom from inside and swept them away, telling myself it was probably just mud I'd tracked in myself somehow. But I knew that wasn't true. I spent most of that day inside, only venturing out to get more firewood. I kept looking at the tree line, expecting to see someone watching me. The isolation that had seemed so appealing now felt threatening. There shouldn't be anyone else out here. The nearest cabin was supposed to be miles away, according to Tom's cousin. That night, I made sure all the curtains were closed. I used minimal lighting, just a small lamp in the corner of the main room. I wasn't sure why, but I didn't want anyone outside to know I was there. Around 1 in the morning, I was still awake, reading by that small lamp, when I heard the porch creak. It wasn't the wind this time. It was the distinct sound of weight shifting on old wooden boards. Then another creak, like a footstep. Then another. Someone was walking slowly across the porch. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I sat completely still, barely breathing. The footsteps stopped right in front of the door. I waited, listening. Nothing happened for what felt like forever. Then I heard breathing, slow, heavy breathing, right on the other side of the door. I don't know what possessed me, but I had to see who was out there. I crept to the window next to the door and carefully pulled back the edge of the curtain just enough to peek through. There was a man standing on my porch. He was shirtless despite the freezing temperature. His skin looked weathered and dirty, and his hair was long and tangled, hanging past his shoulders. He was thin, too thin, with visible ribs, but also wiry, like someone who lived off the land. He was just standing there, completely motionless, facing the door. As I watched, frozen in horror, he slowly leaned forward and pressed his forehead against the door. I could hear his breathing even more clearly now, ragged and uneven. He stayed like that for maybe 30 seconds, just breathing with his forehead against my door. I backed away from the window, grabbed the small hatchet that was next to the wood pile inside, and stood in the middle of the room watching the door. The doorknob never moved. He never tried to get in. After what seemed like hours, but was probably only minutes, the porch creaked again. He was moving away. I didn't sleep at all that night. I sat in the chair facing the door, hatchet in hand, until dawn broke. When the first light came through the windows, I cautiously looked outside. There were no footprints this time. The ground had frozen overnight, but I knew what I'd seen. I decided to leave right then. I threw my stuff in my bag, didn't even bother with breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. When I got to my car, my blood went cold. There were palm prints dragged downward on all the windows, like someone had pressed their hands against the glass and slid them down. The prints were smudged and unclear, but unmistakably hands. I got in the car, locked the doors, and drove away as fast as I could on that narrow dirt road. I kept checking the rearview mirror, convinced I would see that man following me. But there was nothing. I never told Tom about what happened. I just said the cabin was nice, but too isolated for my taste. I never reached out to his cousin either. What would I even say? That some wild man was living near his property, that someone was watching the cabin. I had no proof, just my experience. It's been 9 months now, and I still think about it all the time. I don't think it was anything supernatural. I think it was someone who had been living off the grid for so long that they disconnected from civilization somehow. Maybe a homeless person who'd found shelter in the woods, or someone who'd deliberately gone off the grid and lost touch with normal human behavior. The thing that scares me most is that I sometimes find smudges on my apartment windows now. I live on the 3rd floor. I don't live anywhere near woods. There's no logical explanation for why I would see those smudges, yet sometimes they're there in the morning, faint handprints that I never made. I've started checking my locks twice before bed. I keep that flashlight within reach. I wake up at the slightest creak. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted. I don't know if he's found me somehow or if my mind is just playing tricks on me. But I know what I saw that night, and I know that the feeling of being watched has never quite left me. Something followed me home from those woods, whether it's real or just in my head, and I don't think I'll ever be completely alone again. Story 2. I've been hiking the trails in the woods near my town since I was a teenager. We're surrounded by miles of forest on 3 sides, and over the years I've explored pretty much every part of it. I'm especially into night hiking. There's something about being in the forest after dark that gives me a sense of peace I can't find anywhere else. Usually I'll head out around midnight or 1 in the morning and stay until sunrise. I know that sounds weird to most people, but when you've done it as long as I have, The forest at night becomes as familiar as your own backyard. This happened back in early October, just a few weeks ago. The leaves were starting to change, and we'd had that first real cold snap that makes you realize summer is truly over. It was around 2 in the morning when I set out, wearing my usual gear: headlamp, backpack with water and snacks, good boots and layers because October nights get chilly here. I'd planned a route I'd done dozens of times before, one that would take me to this ridge where I could watch the sunrise over the valley. About an hour in, I reached this fork in the trail I know well. I always go right there. It's the main path that eventually connects to the ridge trail. But that night, for some reason I still can't explain, I decided to go left. The left fork isn't on any official maps. It's more of a game trail that dips down into this hollow where the trees grow really close together. It's actually a bit creepy even during daylight because it gets so dark and quiet down there, like the forest swallows all sound. I'd only been down that left path maybe twice before in all my years hiking. As I descended into the hollow, I noticed the air got heavier, almost stagnant. My headlamp beam seemed dimmer too, like the darkness was thicker somehow. I'd gone about 50 yards when I saw it, this faint orange glow flickering through the trees ahead of me. At first I thought maybe it was another hiker, which would have been strange at that hour. But as I got closer, I realized it was a campfire. Not just a small campfire, though. This was in the middle of what looked like an entire settlement. I'm not exaggerating when I say there were dozens of makeshift shelters spread through a clearing that I swear hadn't existed the last time I'd been down this path. Some were like little huts made from scrap wood and sheet metal. Others were just tarps stretched between trees or bed sheets hung up to create little private areas. The whole place had this cobbled-together feel, like someone had built a village from whatever they could find in a junkyard. The fire was burning in this rusted car tire that had been set into the ground as a fire pit. The flames were active, not dying down, which meant someone had fed it recently. That's when I realized what was most disturbing about this place. Despite all these shelters that could probably house 20 or 30 people, there wasn't a single person in sight. I stood at the edge of the settlement for a few minutes trying to process what I was seeing. My first thought was maybe this was some homeless encampment, but we don't have that kind of population in our small town. And this was deep in the woods, at least 3 miles from the nearest road access point. I called out a couple times, "Hello? Anyone here?" But my voice seemed to get swallowed up by that unnatural quiet. No response, just the soft crackling of the fire. Something told me I should leave, but curiosity got the better of me. I stepped into the camp, moving slowly, keeping my headlamp on despite the firelight. Up close, the shelters were even more disturbing. They weren't abandoned. Not at all. Each one looked recently used. In one, a sleeping bag was unrolled with a pillow at the top, like someone had just stepped away from their bed. Another had an old battery-powered radio with a long antenna stretched up into a tree. The dial was set to our local station, but it was turned off. I found backpacks with clothes spilling out, canned food stacked neatly on makeshift shelves, even personal hygiene items arranged carefully on stumps that served as tables. In one of the larger shelters, I found a photograph pinned to the wall. It showed a young woman holding a baby, both smiling at the camera. The photo wasn't old or weathered. It looked recently printed. Everything about this place suggested people had just stepped away moments before I arrived. There were cups with what looked like fresh coffee still in them. One shelter had a deck of cards spread out in what looked like a game of solitaire, mid-play. But there wasn't a single sound of human presence. No whispers, no snoring from sleeping inhabitants. Nothing. I had been exploring for maybe 15 minutes when I heard it. A slow, deliberate cracking sound coming from the darkness beyond the far edge of the camp. Not like an animal moving through underbrush. This was heavier, more purposeful. Crack, pause, crack. Like someone was stepping on branches, waiting between each step. The hairs on my arms stood up and I felt this wave of cold wash over me. I've encountered bears, coyotes, and all kinds of wildlife on my hikes, but this didn't feel like an animal. It felt like something was watching me, moving toward me with careful, calculated steps. I didn't run. Something told me running would be the worst thing I could do. Instead, I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the direction of the sounds. As I retreated, the cracking stopped, then started again, but now from a different direction, from my left. Then another crack from the right. It was like whatever was out there was circling the camp, closing in. When I reached the edge of the settlement where I'd entered, I turned and walked away quickly but deliberately. I could feel eyes on my back the entire time, but I didn't look back until I'd climbed out of the hollow and reached the fork in the trail again. When I glanced back down the path, I could still see the faint glow of the fire through the trees, but nothing else. I made it home just before dawn, and I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. Who would build such an elaborate settlement so deep in the woods? Where had everyone gone right before I arrived? And what was making those sounds from the darkness? 3 days later, I went back, this time during daylight, around noon. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation, and seeing the place in daylight would make everything clear. I followed the exact same route, took the left fork at the junction, and descended into the hollow. But the settlement was gone, completely gone. There wasn't a single tarp, shelter, or personal item left. The only thing that remained was the burned-out tire fire pit, a black circle of ash in the middle of what was now just an ordinary small clearing in the woods. I walked around in disbelief, looking for any sign of the elaborate camp I'd seen just 3 nights earlier. Nothing. Not even footprints other than my own. I expanded my search, thinking maybe I'd somehow gotten turned around and was in the wrong spot. But no, this was definitely the same hollow. I found a distinctive lightning-struck tree I'd noticed on my night visit. This was the place, but the entire settlement had vanished without a trace. Over the next few weeks, I returned 5 more times, sometimes during the day, twice at night, though never again at 2 a.m. Something about that time now feels wrong. The settlement never reappeared. The fire pit slowly washed away with rain until even that evidence was gone. I've spent hours researching local history, looking for any mention of transient communities or strange disappearances in our area. I've discreetly asked around town if anyone knows about people living in the woods. Nothing. No one has reported missing persons that match what I saw, and there's been no unusual activity reported by other hikers or the Forest Service. I still do my night hikes, but I never take that left fork anymore. Sometimes when I pass by it, I think I can smell wood smoke coming from down in that hollow, but it's probably just my imagination. What keeps me up at night isn't just wondering who those people were or where they went. It's wondering what would have happened if I'd stayed just a few minutes longer, if I'd waited to see who or what was making those deliberate cracking sounds as they approached through the darkness. The woman in that photograph with her baby. I still see their faces when I close my eyes. Were they real people? Were they in danger? Was I don't have answers to any of these questions, and I probably never will. But I know what I saw, and I know that sometimes in the forest, especially at night, there are things that shouldn't exist, but somehow do, if only for a moment. Story 3. I've debated posting this for years. I'm not some conspiracy theorist or attention seeker. Before January 2013, I was just a rational person who loved the outdoors. Now, I'm someone who checks my windows at night and can't sleep without a light on. I'm sharing this because I need someone to believe me, and because I'm terrified Caleb might still be out there somewhere. It was supposed to be a standard winter expedition in the Adirondack High Peaks. Nothing we hadn't done before. There were 4 of us. Me, Thomas, Caleb, Rachel, and Mark. We'd been friends since college and had tackled dozens of backcountry trips together. We were experienced, prepared, and knew the mountains well. At least we thought we did. The first day went perfectly. Clear January skies, pristine snow, and temperatures around 15 below zero. Cold but manageable with our gear. We started at the Heart Lake trailhead, heading toward one of the less traveled paths that wound through dense pine forest. We skied about 7 miles that day, made camp in a small clearing, and spent the evening laughing around a small stove, melting snow for water, and sharing trail mix and dehydrated meals. The second day, we pushed deeper into the wilderness. By late afternoon, we found an ideal spot for our second camp, a natural clearing sheltered by tall pines that blocked most of the wind. We set up our 2 tents, Mark and I in one, Rachel and Caleb in the other. Everything was normal. We ate, played cards, talked about hitting Right Peak the next day. I remember Mark joking about the forecasted storm and Caleb betting him $20 it would miss us. Those ordinary moments seem important now, the last bits of normal we'd ever have. I fell asleep easily that night, exhausted from skiing. It must have been around 2 in the morning when Rachel started shaking my tent. "Thomas, Mark, wake up." Her voice was tight with panic. "Something's happening outside." I fumbled with my headlamp and crawled out of my sleeping bag. Mark was already pulling on his boots. When we unzipped the tent, I immediately felt it, a vibration. Not like an earthquake, more like standing near massive speakers playing a low bass note. I could feel it in my chest, in my teeth. Rachel stood there in her thermal layers, looking toward the trees at the edge of our clearing. "Do you hear that? That humming?" And then I noticed the light. About 50 yards away between the trees pulsed a blue-white glow. Not flashlight white or campfire orange, something colder, more electric. It rhythmically brightened and dimmed every few seconds, casting long shadows across our camp with each pulse. "What the hell is that?" Mark whispered, zipping his jacket. Caleb emerged from the other tent, already fully dressed. "I've been watching it for 10 minutes. It's getting brighter." We stood there, the 4 of us, completely transfixed. The most disturbing part was the silence. The woods are never truly quiet. There's always wind in the trees, small animals rustling, distant sounds. But now there was nothing except that persistent humming vibration, like the forest itself was holding its breath. "Could be some kind of weather phenomenon," I suggested, not believing it myself. "St. Elmo's fire or something." Rachel shook her head. "In the middle of the trees, and look at the snow." She was right. Around the light source, in a perfect circle maybe 30 feet across, the snow was gone. Not piled up, not disturbed, completely gone, revealing bare ground beneath. The temperature was well below 0, but something was melting that snow and keeping the ground clear. "We should check it out," Caleb said, already reaching for his headlamp. Mark grabbed his arm. "Are you insane? We have no idea what that is." "Exactly why we should look," Caleb insisted. "We're miles from any road or trail. This isn't some teenagers playing with lights." I felt torn. Every instinct told me to stay put, or better yet, pack up and get out. But curiosity is a powerful force, and the rational part of my brain kept searching for explanations. Military testing? Some weird natural phenomenon? The alternative was too unsettling to consider. "We stay together," I finally said, "and we keep our distance." We pulled on our boots and jackets and moved cautiously toward the light. With each step, the humming grew more intense, not louder exactly, but somehow more present, vibrating through my entire body. My mouth went dry and I tasted metal. At about 20 yards away, we stopped. The blue-white light pulsed between several massive pine trees, hovering about 6 feet off the ground. It had no clear source, just a concentrated ball of energy that brightened and dimmed in perfect rhythm. The bare circle beneath it was completely dry, with dead pine needles and exposed soil visible. Despite the freezing air heat radiated from the circle, I could feel it on my face like standing near an open oven. "Anyone else feel weird?" Rachel whispered, touching her temples. I did. A pressure was building behind my eyes, and my thoughts felt sluggish, like wading through mud. The longer we stared at the light, the harder it became to look away. For what felt like 20 minutes, we just stood there, observing. No one suggested leaving, though I know now we all should have. The light began to change its pattern, pulsing faster, growing more intense with each cycle. "We should go back to camp," Mark finally said, his voice sounding distant. Before anyone could respond, the light suddenly intensified. The blue-white glow expanded outward in one blinding flash. I remember throwing my arm over my eyes, feeling a wave of pressure like being underwater, and then nothing. The next thing I knew, I was on my knees, ears ringing. The forest sounds had returned. Wind through branches, distant owl calls. The light was gone, completely gone, like someone had flipped a switch. "Is everyone okay?" I called out, my voice sounding wrong in my ears. The others were scattered nearby, all looking dazed. Rachel had a thin trail of blood running from her nose. Caleb was staring at the space where the light had been, a blank expression on his face. What just happened?" Mark stammered. None of us had an answer. We stumbled back to camp, disoriented and shaken. No one slept for what remained of the night. We just sat in silence, occasionally making eye contact, but finding no words. When dawn finally broke, Caleb was the first to suggest returning to the site. In the gray morning light, what we found made no sense. The perfect circle was still there, about 30 feet across, completely clear of snow, and the ground was warm to the touch. But the trees, 4 mature pines that had stood within that circle, were gone. Not cut, not burned, not knocked over. Gone. No stumps, no roots, nothing to suggest they had ever existed. "This isn't possible," Rachel kept saying, pacing the circle's edge. "Trees don't just disappear." At the center of the circle lay our own topographic map, the one Mark had been keeping in his jacket pocket. It was unfolded and perfectly flat on the ground, unmarked except for several geometric symbols drawn in red clay. Perfect triangles, circles and lines arranged in a pattern none of us recognized. The clay itself was another impossibility, a deep rust color not found anywhere in the Adirondacks. "Did one of you do this?" Mark asked, his voice cracking. No one answered. We all knew none of us had. That's when panic set in. We needed to leave immediately. We raced back to camp and packed everything in record time, barely speaking. All I could think was, get back to the car, get back to civilization, get back to somewhere that made sense. But the mountains had other plans. My compass, a reliable instrument I'd used for years, spun wildly, never settling on north. Caleb's did the same. Our GPS devices turned on but showed impossible coordinates, placing us in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean or in Siberia, changing every few seconds. "We follow the drainage downhill," I finally said, trying to sound calmer than I felt. "Water always flows towards civilization." We started moving, but nothing felt right. The forest looked both familiar and wrong, like seeing your home in a dream. Landmarks I thought I recognized appeared in impossible places. We walked for hours, and all 4 of us developed splitting headaches almost simultaneously. Rachel's nose started bleeding again, then Mark's, then mine. At some point, I can't remember when, we found a trail. Not the one we'd come in on, but a marked trail nonetheless. We followed it desperately, barely speaking, each lost in our own thoughts. The relief when we saw the parking lot was overwhelming. Our car sat exactly where we'd left it, covered in a fresh dusting of snow. It was only when Mark checked his phone that we realized something was terribly wrong. "This can't be right," he said, staring at the screen. "It says it's January 14th. We had entered the woods on January 11th. Our trip was planned for 3 days. We should have emerged on January 13th. "Your phone's wrong," Rachel said, but her voice wavered. She checked her own. That's not possible. Somehow we had lost an entire day, 24 hours none of us could account for." We drove back in silence, stopping only once for gas. The attendant gave us strange looks, probably because all 4 of us had dried blood on our faces and the 1,000-yard stares of people who've seen something they can't process. The following weeks were a nightmare. None of us could sleep for more than an hour without waking up in a cold sweat. I developed strange burns on my arms and back, perfect geometric patterns that matched the symbols on the map. Medical tests showed they were radiation burns, but no doctor could explain the precise patterns. Rachel, Mark, and Caleb had identical burns in different locations. The nightmares were the worst part, not because they were terrifying, but because they were identical. All four of us dreamed of those same geometric patterns, pulsing with blue light, expanding to fill an infinite space. We'd wake up drawing the symbols compulsively, unable to explain why. Our gear tested positive for unusual radiation. The labs couldn't identify the specific type, just that it wasn't typical of any known source. The red clay contained minerals not documented in North America. 6 months later, Caleb told me he was going back. He'd become obsessed, researching similar incidents, covering his apartment walls with the symbols from our dreams. I begged him not to go, but he was convinced he'd find answers. He never returned. The search parties found nothing except a single boot print leading into the woods, as if he'd taken one step and vanished mid-stride. I haven't been back to the Adirondacks. I've heard the stories, though. Equipment failures near our campsite, compass needles that spin without settling, hikers reporting lost time. Rangers avoid the area now. Local guides warn people away. I still can't sleep with the lights off. I still draw those symbols sometimes without realizing it. I still wonder what happened during that missing day, and where Caleb might be now. Most of all, I wonder if whatever was in those woods is still there, waiting for someone else to stumble upon its light. Story 4. I still can't sleep properly. It's been 3 weeks since that night in Kruger National Park, and I find myself jolting awake at every little sound outside my window. Even the familiar creaks of my apartment building in Johannesburg now sound sinister. I've been a park ranger in South Africa for almost 9 years, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever shaken me like this. For context, I've had my fair share of close calls with wildlife. I've been charged by elephants, stalked by lions, and once had to climb a tree to escape an angry buffalo. But those encounters make sense. They follow the rules of nature I've studied and observed for years. What happened that night 3 weeks ago defied everything I thought I knew about animal behavior. It was supposed to be a simple 4-day camping trip with my mates, Trevor and Simon. We all work different sections of the conservation area, so these trips are our chance to catch up and unwind. We'd planned this one for months, a hike through a remote section of the southern bush that tourists rarely visit, the kind of pristine wilderness that reminds you why you became a ranger in the first place. The first day was brutal, but beautiful. We hiked about 25 kilometers through dense bush, documenting bird species and taking soil samples for Trevor's research project. By late afternoon, we were exhausted and found a perfect camping spot near a small seasonal river. There was just enough water flowing to collect for cooking, but not enough to attract large numbers of animals during the night. We set up our small tents about 15 meters from the riverbank, in a clearing surrounded by acacia trees. The location was perfect, good visibility in all directions, elevated enough to stay dry if it rained, and with plenty of fallen wood for a fire. We were deep in predator country, so a good fire would be essential through the night. After setting up camp, we collected firewood, cooked a simple meal of beans and canned meat, and shared a bottle of whiskey Simon had packed. The sunset that evening was spectacular, the kind of African sunset that makes you feel small but significant at the same time, like you're witnessing something ancient and timeless. We talked about work, about the poaching crisis, about Simon's new girlfriend, normal stuff. Around 10 o'clock, Trevor and Simon turned in, still tired from the day's hike. I volunteered for the first watch, planning to wake Trevor at midnight for his shift. This is standard procedure when camping in the bush. Someone always stays awake to maintain the fire and keep an eye out for predators or other dangers. I sat on a camp stool, facing outward from our small circle of tents, feeding sticks into the fire every few minutes to keep it bright. The night was clear and cool, with countless stars overhead. I could hear the occasional grunt of hippos from somewhere downstream and the distant whooping of hyenas, but nothing close by. It was peaceful, exactly what I'd needed after months of stressful anti-poaching patrols. Around 11:30, something changed. It wasn't a sound, it was the sudden absence of sound. The night insects stopped chirping all at once. The distant calls of nocturnal birds ceased. Even the slight breeze that had been rustling the acacia leaves died away completely. It was as if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire wilderness. I've experienced this phenomenon before. It usually means a predator is moving through the area, but this felt different, more absolute. When a lion or leopard passes by, the silence radiates outward gradually. This was instantaneous, encompassing everything around us. I stood up, flashlight in one hand, my rifle in the other. I scanned the darkness beyond our campfire, trying to identify what might have caused such a dramatic response from the environment. The hair on my arms stood up, and I felt a cold sweat break out across my back. That's when I noticed our fire was behaving strangely. Despite having just added several substantial pieces of wood, the flames were shrinking as if being suffocated by something invisible. I knelt down to blow on the embers, thinking perhaps the wood was damper than it appeared. But even as I did so, I knew something else was happening. I was about to wake Trevor and Simon when I saw movement at the edge of our clearing, about 30 meters away. Something massive was emerging from the darkness. At first, I thought it was an elephant. The silhouette was huge and dark against the night sky. But as it moved closer, I realized with a jolt of fear that it was a white rhinoceros, a massive bull with a horn that must have been close to a meter long. Now, rhinos aren't uncommon in this part of the park, but they rarely approach human camps. They have poor eyesight but excellent hearing and smell, and they typically avoid human presence entirely. This one, however, was walking deliberately toward our camp. I stood frozen, unsure what to do. Waking my friends might startle the rhino and provoke a charge. Running was pointless. A rhino can outrun any human easily. Climbing a tree wasn't an option, with the nearest suitable one being too far away. So I remained still, hoping the animal would simply pass by once it detected our scent. But it didn't pass by. It didn't even hesitate. It walked directly toward our campfire, its massive form gradually illuminated by the dying flames. I could see its armor-like skin, its surprisingly delicate ears rotating to catch sounds, and its eyes, God, its eyes, reflecting the firelight in a way that seemed almost intelligent. I've been around rhinos hundreds of times. I've observed their behaviors, documented their movements, even participated in dehorning operations to protect them from poachers. But I had never seen a rhino move with such purpose, such deliberation. It wasn't wandering or grazing. It wasn't even investigating out of curiosity. It was approaching with intent. When it reached the edge of our camp, about 10 meters from where I stood, it paused. For a brief moment, I thought it had finally registered my presence and would turn away. Instead, it looked directly at me. I swear it looked right into my eyes, and then turned its attention to our campfire. With methodical movements that still haunt my dreams, the rhino approached the fire. Using its massive head like a bulldozer, it began pushing the burning logs apart, scattering them across the dirt. When flames licked at its tough hide, it didn't flinch or retreat. It continued methodically, step by step, until our carefully built fire was completely dismantled. I wanted to shout, to wake Trevor and Simon, but my voice was trapped in my throat. I couldn't make a sound. I couldn't even move. I just watched, paralyzed, as this wild animal deliberately extinguished our only protection against the dangers of the African night. When the last log had been pushed aside, when only a few glowing embers remained scattered across the ground, the rhino stopped. It stood there, in what had been the center of our fire circle, and slowly turned its massive head toward me again. In the dim red glow of the dying embers, I could see its eye, dark, reflective, and focused directly on me. It made no sound. It didn't paw the ground or snort as rhinos often do when agitated. It simply stood there looking at me, as if waiting for my reaction, or perhaps as if making sure I understood what it had done. After what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds, it turned and walked back toward the darkness of the bush. Not hurriedly, not anxiously, just deliberate, purposeful steps, the same way it had arrived. I watched until its massive form disappeared completely into the night. Only then did I find my voice, calling out to Trevor and Simon in a hoarse whisper that quickly became frantic shouts. They emerged from their tents, confused and alarmed, grabbing for flashlights and weapons. "What is it? Snake? Lion?" Trevor asked, scanning the darkness with his flashlight. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but the words sounded insane, even as I spoke them. A rhino that deliberately extinguished our fire, that looked me in the eye with what seemed like intelligence. They looked at me with concern, clearly wondering if I'd fallen asleep on watch and had a nightmare. But the scattered, still smoking logs were evidence that something had happened. The complete absence of our carefully built fire was undeniable. "Maybe it was just curious," Simon suggested. "Rhinos have poor eyesight. It probably blundered into camp and got scared by the fire." I knew he was wrong. There had been nothing blundering or accidental about what I'd witnessed, but I also knew how it sounded, so I nodded and let them believe their explanation. We spent the rest of the night huddled together, all three of us awake, with our flashlights and rifles ready. We tried to rebuild the fire, but the scattered embers weren't enough, and much of our remaining firewood had been trampled or pushed into the dirt by the rhino. The silence that had preceded the rhino's arrival never fully lifted. The normal sounds of the bush, the insects, the distant animal calls, remained muted, as if the wilderness itself was holding its breath. None of us said much. We just waited for dawn, each lost in our own thoughts. When the first gray light of morning finally appeared, we packed up without discussion and began hiking back toward the ranger station. We abandoned our planned 4-day trip without debate. Something had fundamentally changed in how we perceived our place in the wilderness. On the hike back, Trevor and Simon tried to rationalize what had happened. Perhaps the rhino had been habituated to humans at some point. Maybe it associated fires with the poachers who had killed its family. Maybe it was simply an unusually bold individual. I nodded along but said little. How could I explain the deliberateness I had witnessed, the way it had looked at me, the methodical destruction of our only protection? We've been back for 3 weeks now. Trevor and Simon have largely dismissed the incident, returning to their normal routines. But I can't let it go. I keep thinking about those eyes looking at me in the dying firelight. I keep seeing the purposeful movements as it systematically destroyed our fire. Last night, I finally worked up the courage to check the wildlife tracking database. The section of the park where we camped has no recorded white rhino population. According to our census data, the nearest rhino was over 40 kilometers away on the night of our camping trip. I don't know what to make of this. I don't know what I saw that night, but I know it wasn't just a rhino blundering into our camp. It was something else, something that understood exactly what it was doing. Something that wanted us to know that in the African wilderness, we are not the ones in control. I haven't told anyone at work about checking the tracking data. I haven't shared my continuing fears, but I've requested a transfer to an administrative position at headquarters. I can't go back into the bush. Not yet. Maybe not ever. Story 5. I don't know if writing this will help, but I need to get it out somewhere. It's been almost 3 years, and I still can't sleep through the night without seeing it happen all over again. It was just a regular Tuesday afternoon last October. Mom had picked up Grandma from her assisted living facility for our weekly family dinner. Grandma had been living with dementia for about 4 years by then. Some days were better than others. That morning had been good. She recognized all of us, remembered Mom's name, even asked about my sister's college classes. We were all in the kitchen of our Maplewood house, the same house we'd lived in my entire life. Mom was making Grandma's favorite pot roast. My sister was setting the table. I was helping chop vegetables. Everything was normal. Everything was fine until it wasn't. Around 6 in the evening, something changed. Grandma had been sitting at the kitchen table, but suddenly she stood up, looking around like she didn't know where she was. Her eyes got this glassy, distant look that we'd seen before during episodes. We all recognized the signs. She was slipping away from us mentally. "Who are you people?" she asked, her voice shaking. "Where am I? Where's Robert?" Robert was my grandfather who'd been dead for 8 years. Mom immediately went into her usual routine. "Mom, it's me, Sarah. You're at our house for dinner. Remember? You're safe." But this time was different. This time, Grandma didn't calm down with the reassurances. She started backing away, looking at us like we were strangers who'd broken into her home. Her hands were trembling, and her breathing got heavy and irregular. "I want to go home," she kept saying, over and over. "You're not my family. Where's my family?" Then she started shouting, not just confused questions but actual shouts, wordless at first, then accusations. She knocked a chair over as she backed away. Her movements were erratic, almost wild. I'd never seen her like this before. This wasn't just regular dementia confusion. This was something else, something worse. Mom tried approaching her, speaking softly, but Grandma pushed her away with surprising strength for a 75-year-old woman. My sister started crying, which only seemed to agitate Grandma more. "Should we call someone?" I whispered to Mom, who looked more scared than I'd ever seen her. "I think we have to," she replied, her voice breaking. This isn't normal. She needs help." So I called 911. I remember exactly what I said. "My grandmother has dementia and she's having some kind of severe episode. We need someone who knows how to help with mental health crises. Please send someone who's trained for this." The dispatcher assured me they'd send help right away. I specifically asked if they could send someone trained in dealing with elderly people or mental health issues. They said they'd send appropriate assistance. What they sent was Officer Daniel Mercer. He arrived at exactly 6:45. I remember checking the clock when we heard the knock, thinking it had taken them 20 minutes to respond to an elderly woman in crisis. Mom answered the door while I stayed with Grandma, trying to keep her calm by talking about her garden, a topic that usually helped ground her. My sister stayed in the living room, too upset to be in the same room. I heard Mom at the door. "Officer, thank you for coming. My mother has dementia and she's having a severe episode. Please be gentle with her. She's confused and scared, not dangerous. She doesn't understand what's happening." The officer barely acknowledged her. He stepped inside, tall and imposing in his uniform, hand already resting on his belt near his gun. I noticed that immediately and felt my stomach drop. "Where is she?" he asked, his voice loud and authoritative. "In the kitchen," Mom said. "But please, she's just a confused old lady. She needs help, not—" He cut her off and walked past her. When he entered the kitchen, Grandma was standing by the counter, still agitated and confused. And that's when I noticed she had picked up a knife from the cutting board, a small paring knife I'd been using to chop carrots. She wasn't holding it like a weapon. She was just clutching it, almost absent-mindedly, like it was anchoring her to something real in a world that had stopped making sense to her. The officer's reaction was instant. "Drop the knife," he shouted, his hand moving to his gun. Grandma flinched at the loud voice but didn't drop the knife. She just looked at him, bewildered, like she couldn't process what was happening or what he wanted. "Sir," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "She doesn't understand. She has dementia. Let me—" "Stay back," he yelled at me, then to Grandma again. "Drop the weapon now!" Grandma took a step back, confused by the shouting. The knife was still loosely in her hand, pointing downward. She wasn't threatening anyone. She was just holding it. "Who are you?" she asked him, her voice small and frightened. "I want to go home. Final warning. Drop it." The officer had drawn his gun now, pointing it directly at my grandmother's chest. Mom rushed into the kitchen. "Please don't. She doesn't understand. Let me talk to her." Everything happened so fast after that. Grandma took another step back, startled by Mom's sudden entrance. The knife was still in her hand. The officer's finger moved to the trigger. I screamed, "No!" But it was too late. 2 shots. Loud, deafening in our small kitchen. The sound still echoes in my head every night. Grandma's body jerked backward. The knife clattered to the floor. Then she fell, crumpling like an empty piece of clothing. There was blood spreading across her light blue sweater. The one she always said brought out her eyes. Mom's scream is another sound I'll never forget. She rushed to Grandma, falling to her knees beside her. My sister came running in from the living room, saw what had happened, and collapsed against the doorframe, wailing. I stood frozen, unable to move, unable to process what I'd just witnessed. The officer was shouting into his radio, calling for backup and paramedics, his gun still drawn. Within minutes, the house was swarming with police and EMTs. Someone pulled Mom away from Grandma as they started CPR. Mom broke free and lunged at the officer, screaming that he'd murdered her mother. 2 other officers restrained her while she sobbed and screamed. I remember sitting on the floor, watching as they worked on Grandma, thinking how small she looked, how frail. How could anyone see her as a threat? She weighed maybe 100 pounds. Her hands were gnarled with arthritis. She needed help going up and down stairs. They took her to the hospital, but she was declared dead on arrival. 2 gunshot wounds to the chest. Time of death, 7:23 p.m. The next few days were a blur of police interviews, funeral arrangements, and reporters at our door. The officer was placed on administrative leave, pending investigation. We had to clean Grandma's blood off our kitchen floor ourselves. 2 months later, we received a letter from the police department. Officer Mercer had been cleared to return to duty. The shooting was ruled justified due to his perception of an imminent threat to himself and others in the residence. Perception of a threat. My grandmother, who needed help remembering to take her pills, who got confused about what year it was, who sometimes called me by my mother's name. She was perceived as a threat by a trained police officer with a gun. We filed a wrongful death lawsuit. The city fought it at first, but eventually settled out of court for $3 million. $3 million for my grandmother's life. Blood money. As if any amount could make up for what happened in our kitchen that day. That was 8 months ago. The money sits in a trust. None of us can bear to touch it. Mom had to start therapy. My sister dropped out of college. I can't be in our kitchen without having a panic attack. We're selling the house. None of us can live there anymore with those memories. But the worst part is the nightmares. Every single night I see it happen again. I see the officer's face, cold, determined, unfeeling. I see the confusion in my grandmother's eyes. I see the blood spreading across her favorite sweater. I wake up screaming, covered in sweat, my heart pounding. I keep thinking about what could have been different. If the dispatcher had sent someone trained in mental health. If the officer had just taken 30 seconds to assess the situation before drawing his weapon. If I hadn't been chopping carrots and left the knife on the counter. If I'd called her doctor instead of 911, the official report said the officer acted according to his training. That's what haunts me most. If that's what they're trained to do, to shoot a confused old woman with dementia within 60 seconds of entering a home, then something is deeply, fundamentally broken. I don't know how to end this. There is no closure, no resolution. Just a hole in our family where Grandma used to be. Just the memory of her blood on our kitchen floor. Just the knowledge that the man who killed her is still out there with a badge and a gun. And every night I still see her face. I still hear those gunshots. I still wake up thinking I could have done something different to save her. Story 6. I still can't explain what I saw that night. I've tried rationalizing it 1,000 different ways, but nothing makes sense. This happened about 3 months ago, and I haven't been comfortable driving at night since then. My boyfriend Jason and I were heading to our friend's place for a game night. It was a Friday in October, around 8:30 in the evening. Nothing unusual about the night. Crisp autumn air, clear skies with a quarter moon. We'd made this drive dozens of times before, always taking the same route through our suburban neighborhood. It's one of those newer developments where everything looks the same. Cookie-cutter houses, evenly spaced street lights, well-maintained sidewalks. We were about halfway there when we stopped at a red light on Oakwood Avenue, right at the intersection with Pine Street. I remember drumming my fingers on the steering wheel, not really paying attention to anything in particular. Jason was scrolling through his phone beside me, probably texting our friends that we'd be there soon. That's when I noticed something weird about the streetlights ahead. On the other side of the intersection, maybe 4 or 5 streetlights in a row were dimmer than they should have been. Not completely out, but definitely not giving off their usual bright white glow. Instead, they cast this sickly yellow light that barely reached the pavement, creating this unusually dark stretch of road about 40 feet long. I remember thinking it was odd because our town is usually on top of maintenance issues. A burnt-out streetlight rarely lasts more than a day before it's fixed. But this wasn't just one light, it was a whole section. While I was looking at this darkened area, I noticed movement. A figure was crossing the street about 75 feet ahead of us, moving from left to right. The silhouette caught my eye because of how it moved, not walking normally, but shuffling slowly, almost dragging itself across the road. The streetlights were dim enough that I couldn't make out any facial features, but I could see the outline clearly. It looked like someone wearing really baggy pants and this oversized coat, like a trench coat or one of those old cowboy dusters. The coat seemed to move oddly around them, not quite following their body movements the way fabric should. "Hey, look at that person crossing up there," I said to Jason, nodding toward the figure. "They're dressed weird." Jason squinted through the windshield. "What person?" "I don't see anyone." "Right there," I pointed. "In the dark section, crossing from the left. They're wearing this big coat." He leaned forward, straining to see. "Babe, I don't see anybody." I wasn't surprised at first. Jason has terrible night vision. He can barely see anything in low light without his glasses, which he'd forgotten at home, so I just figured it was too dark for him to make out the shape. "They're almost to the sidewalk now," I said, still watching the figure. There was something off about the way it moved, jerky and unnatural, not like someone drunk or injured, but like someone who didn't quite know how human bodies are supposed to work. Just then, the light turned green. I took my foot off the brake and started driving forward, expecting we'd pass this person in a few seconds. I was actually a bit concerned they might step back into the road, so I slowed down slightly as we approached the darkened area. Our headlights swept across the section of road where the figure had been walking. Nothing, absolutely nothing was there. The sidewalk was empty. The road was empty. There were no alleyways or driveways where someone could have quickly ducked into. It was just an open stretch of sidewalk lined with a small grassy area and some decorative shrubs too small to hide behind. My stomach dropped. I felt cold all over. I slowed the car even more, craning my neck to look around, thinking maybe I'd misjudged where the person was, but there was nowhere they could have gone in those few seconds. "What are you looking for?" Jason asked, noticing my behavior. "The person, they're gone," I said, still scanning the area as we drove slowly past. "I told you I didn't see anyone," he replied with a shrug. But that was the thing. There had been someone there. I wasn't imagining it. I'd watched them for a good 15 seconds while we sat at the red light, a solid, dark silhouette moving across the street, and now they were just gone, vanished, like they'd melted into the pavement or thin air. I kept driving, but my hands were shaking on the wheel. I tried to reason with myself. Maybe they'd dropped down to tie their shoe. Maybe they'd fallen. But I would have seen them when our headlights swept across the area. Maybe they'd sprinted away really fast, but there was nowhere to sprint to in that open area, at least not in the seconds between when I last saw them and when we drove through. "Are you okay?" Jason asked, finally noticing how shaken I was. "Yeah, I swear I saw someone crossing the street back there." "You're probably just tired," he said. Or maybe it was a shadow from a car passing on the cross street. But there hadn't been any other cars at the intersection, and what I saw wasn't a fleeting shadow, it was a distinct human-shaped figure moving deliberately across the road. We arrived at our friend's place a few minutes later, and I tried to put it out of my mind. We played board games, had some drinks, laughed, and I almost convinced myself that Jason was right. Maybe I was just tired and my eyes were playing tricks on me. But on the drive home, around 1 in the morning, I deliberately took a different route. I couldn't face that intersection again. For the next week, I avoided that stretch of road entirely. I'd take detours, adding 10 minutes to my commute just to not drive through that intersection. I know it sounds ridiculous, but the memory of that figure just vanishing haunted me. Every time I closed my eyes, I could see that silhouette shuffling across the darkened road. About a week and a half later, curiosity got the better of me. I decided to drive by the intersection during daylight hours, thinking maybe I'd spot something that would explain what I saw. A weird reflection from a building, an unusually shaped bush that could look like a person in the dark, anything. I drove through the intersection slowly, studying the area where I'd seen the figure cross. There was nothing unusual, just a normal suburban sidewalk next to a normal suburban road. The streetlights that had been dimmed that night now looked perfectly normal. As I was about to drive away, something caught my eye. On the sidewalk, right where the figure had been heading, there was a small memorial, one of those roadside crosses with some wilted flowers and a framed photograph. I pulled over and got out to look at it. The memorial was for an elderly man who had died there 2 years ago, hit by a car while crossing the street. The photo showed him wearing an old-fashioned long coat. My blood ran cold. I got back in my car and sat there trying to process what this meant. Had I seen a ghost? The rational part of my brain tried to argue that I must have seen the memorial that night and somehow my mind created the figure. But I know that's not what happened. I hadn't known about the accident or the memorial before that moment. Over the next few weeks, I did some research into the area and discovered something even more unsettling. That intersection has had an unusually high number of pedestrian accidents over the years. Not just the elderly man, but several others, some fatal, some not. And there had been reports from other drivers about strange figures crossing the road at night, only to disappear. People in the neighborhood call them shadow people. Most dismiss the stories as urban legends, but after what I saw, I'm not so quick to disbelieve. The most disturbing part is that 3 weeks after my experience, there was another accident at that exact same spot. A driver swerved to avoid hitting what they described as a person suddenly appearing in the road and crashed into a telephone pole. When police arrived, there was no pedestrian to be found. I still drive by that intersection sometimes during the day, but I refuse to go near it after dark. The streetlights there still occasionally dim for no apparent reason, creating that same shadowy stretch of road. The city has sent maintenance crews multiple times, but they never find anything wrong with the electrical system. I don't know what I saw that night. I don't know if it was a ghost or something else entirely. All I know is that it was there, moving across the road one moment and completely gone the next. It wasn't threatening. It never acknowledged our presence or tried to interact with us in any way. But somehow that makes it even more unsettling. I've tried telling a few people about what happened, but they react just like Jason did. They assume I was tired or my eyes were playing tricks on me. Maybe they're right. Maybe there's a perfectly logical explanation for what I saw. But deep down, I know what I witnessed. Something that wasn't quite human, moving through our world, but not really part of it. Something that could simply vanish when it wanted to. And every time I drive past a dimly lit street now, I can't help but scan the shadows, half expecting to see that shuffling figure again. The strangest thing is that now I sometimes catch Jason staring at that intersection when we drive nearby. He still claims he didn't see anything that night, but something in his expression makes me wonder if he's telling the truth. Sometimes I think he saw it too, but is too scared to admit it, even to himself. Whatever it was, it changed how I see the world. There are things out there we can't explain, things that exist in the spaces between light and dark, and sometimes, if the conditions are just right, we catch glimpses of them as they cross from their world into ours. Story 7. I still get chills when I think about our old beach house in Sydney. I've tried to rationalize what happened there so many times, but I can't. I need to share this because it's eating me up inside, and maybe someone here has experienced something similar or can help me make sense of it. Back in 2011, My husband Mark and I moved into what seemed like our dream home, a weatherboard cottage on a private stretch of beach about 30 minutes outside of Sydney. The rent was surprisingly affordable, which should have been our first red flag. The real estate agent mentioned the previous tenants had left unexpectedly, but we were too excited about the ocean views and the nursery with the perfect morning light to ask questions. Our son Charlie was only 4 months old when we moved in. He was our first baby, and like most new parents, we were obsessive about his safety. The nursery was the first room we set up. It had pale blue walls with these weird water stains near the ceiling that Mark insisted was just old paint. The room had these gorgeous bay windows that looked out over the ocean. I remember thinking how lucky Charlie was to wake up to that view every day. We positioned his wooden cot in what I thought was the safest spot, parallel to the east wall but about 3 feet away from it. I was paranoid about drafts, mold, or him somehow getting stuck against the wall, even though he couldn't even roll over yet. I'd read too many parenting blogs, I guess. The first week was uneventful. We were just busy unpacking and settling in. I remember noticing odd things, like how the kitchen always felt freezing even on warm days, or how our dog Rusty refused to go into the basement laundry room. But with a newborn, you're so sleep-deprived that everything feels a bit off anyway. It was exactly 8 days after moving in when it first happened. I went into Charlie's room for his 6 a.m. feeding, and I noticed immediately that something was different. His cot was flush against the wall, not just closer, but perfectly aligned with the wall, like someone had deliberately pushed it there. I felt this weird drop in my stomach, but I told myself Mark must have moved it when he did the midnight feeding. When I asked him about it later, he swore he hadn't touched it. We had a small argument about it, the kind you have when you're both exhausted from newborn care. Eventually, I just pulled the cot back to where it had been originally and tried to forget about it. The next morning, same thing. The cot was against the wall again. This time I took a photo on my phone to show Mark. He suggested maybe the floor was uneven and causing the cot to slide. This seemed ridiculous to me. The cot was heavy oak with rubber stoppers on the feet, and the floor would have to be dramatically sloped for it to move that far overnight. But we tested it anyway. Mark brought a level from his toolbox, and sure enough, the floor was perfectly even. "Maybe you're sleepwalking and moving it," he suggested. I hadn't sleepwalked since I was a kid, but I couldn't rule it out completely. New motherhood does strange things to your brain. That night I used a trick my dad taught me to check for sleepwalking. I balanced an empty water bottle on its side against the bedroom door. If I left the room, it would fall and wake me. But in the morning the bottle was still there, untouched, and Charlie's cot pushed right up against the wall again. By this point, I was seriously freaked out. I convinced Mark to help me move the cot to the opposite wall, thinking maybe there was something wrong with the floorboards on that side of the room. We also put a baby monitor with video capability on the dresser aimed directly at the cot. I barely slept that night, checking the monitor every hour. Nothing moved while I was watching. Charlie slept soundly. The cot stayed put. The relief I felt in the morning was overwhelming. I practically skipped into the nursery to get Charlie for his morning feed, thinking whatever weird thing had been happening was over. It wasn't. The cot had moved back to the original wall. Somehow it had crossed the entire room, navigating around a small toy chest to press itself against the exact same spot on the east wall. I screamed. I couldn't help it. Mark came running, and when he saw it, the color drained from his face. We immediately checked the baby monitor footage, but there was nothing, just 6 hours of our sleeping baby. At around 3 a.m., the screen went to static for about 5 minutes. When the picture returned, the cot was already against the wall. "It's the wiring in this old place," Mark said, but his voice shook. "Or the battery died for a few minutes." I knew he didn't believe that any more than I did. We started noticing other things after that, keys that weren't where we left them, the kettle boiling by itself, cold spots that moved around the house, the back door that would be wide open in the morning, even though we'd locked it the night before. One morning, all the framed photos in the hallway were turned to face the wall, but nothing was as terrifying as the cot moving. Because this wasn't just some poltergeist activity. This was something interacting with our baby. Every maternal instinct in my body was screaming danger. I started researching the house's history. It wasn't easy because the property was quite old and records were spotty. But I discovered that in the 1970s, a family had lived there whose infant daughter drowned in a tide pool just below the property. According to a small newspaper clipping I found online, the mother claimed something pulled the baby from her arms while they were walking on the beach. She was deemed mentally unstable after the incident. When I told Mark, he insisted it was just a sad coincidence. He'd always been skeptical about paranormal stuff. But I could tell he was scared too, especially after I showed him the article. One night, about 3 weeks into this nightmare, we had some friends over for dinner. I'd been so isolated with the baby and all the weird stuff happening that Mark thought socializing might help. I didn't mention the moving cot to our friends. I was afraid they'd think I was losing it. After a few glasses of wine, our friend Liam mentioned he'd heard the house had been empty for almost a year before we moved in. The last tenants were this young couple with a baby, he said casually. They just disappeared one day, left all their furniture behind. There were rumors they fled in the middle of the night. I nearly dropped my glass. Mark quickly changed the subject, but later that night we had a massive fight. He accused me of feeding into the hysteria by researching the house. I accused him of putting his pride above our son's safety. In the end, we agreed to one final test. The next day, we moved Charlie's cot to the absolute center of the room, equidistant from all four walls. Mark used measuring tape to position it precisely. We drew chalk lines on the floor around the cot legs to mark the exact position. We set up 2 cameras, our baby monitor and Mark's work camera on a tripod. We even sprinkled a fine layer of baby powder on the floor around the cot to see if anyone, or anything, approached it during the night. Neither of us slept. We sat up in bed watching both camera feeds on split screens on Mark's laptop. For hours, nothing happened. Charlie slept peacefully. The cot remained still. Around 2 a.m., Mark dozed off beside me. I was determined to stay awake, but my eyelids grew heavier as the night wore on. I jerked awake at 4:30 a.m. The laptop screen showed static on both feeds. My heart pounding, I shook Mark awake and we both rushed to the nursery. The cot was against the east wall again. The chalk lines on the floor were undisturbed, as if the cot had been lifted straight up and placed against the wall. The baby powder was completely untouched, no footprints, no disturbance at all. It was as if the cot had teleported. Charlie was awake, cooing and staring at the ceiling corner above his cot. Following his gaze, I saw nothing. But the air in that corner seemed different, denser somehow, and so cold I could see my breath. That was it for me. I grabbed Charlie, ran back to our bedroom and started packing. Mark didn't even try to stop me. By sunrise, we had loaded the car with essentials and were pulling out of the driveway. We left almost everything behind: furniture, clothes, appliances. I didn't care. I just needed to get my baby out of that house. We stayed with my parents for 2 months while looking for a new place. We never went back to the beach house, just sent the keys to the real estate agent with a letter terminating our lease. They kept our security deposit, but honestly, I would have paid 10 times that amount to never set foot in that place again. It's been 12 years now. Charlie is a healthy, happy teenager with no memory of those terrifying weeks. Mark and I eventually separated for unrelated reasons. But we never disagree about what happened in that house, even though we can't explain it. Sometimes I still wonder what would have happened if we'd stayed. What did that entity want with my baby? Was it trying to protect him by moving him to the wall, away from the center of the room? Or was it something more sinister? I'll never know, and that's probably for the best. What I do know is that sometimes when Charlie sleeps particularly deeply, I still check on him in the night, and I still feel relief when I find everything exactly where it should be. Story 8. I never believed in the paranormal, not even a little bit. I was always the first one to call BS whenever someone would talk about ghosts or spirits or whatever. My parents raised me to be logical, and I've always been proud of my skepticism. That's why what happened 3 weeks ago has completely messed with my head. I still can't explain it, and I'm honestly terrified to even write this down, but I need to tell someone who might understand. So my best friend Ashley and I were hanging out at my house on a Friday night. My parents were away for the weekend at some work conference, which meant we had the whole place to ourselves. We're both 17, and it was just supposed to be a normal sleepover. Junk food, movies, the usual stuff. We've been friends since elementary school, and she's even more skeptical than I am about supernatural stuff. It started out completely innocent. We were in my bedroom after dinner, and Ashley was scrolling through TikTok when she found all these videos about paranormal games, people calling out to spirits, using pendulums, all that nonsense. We were laughing about how fake it all seemed. God, people are so gullible, Ashley said, rolling her eyes. Like they'll believe anything for views. I know, right? I agreed. My cousin is totally into that stuff. She has sage bundles and crystals all over her room. That's when Ashley got this mischievous look on her face. We should try it, she said, just to prove how stupid it is. I shrugged. Sure, why not? It's not like anything's going to happen. We dimmed the lights in my bedroom because Ashley said it would set the mood, and we sat cross-legged on my bed. The whole time we were giggling and making jokes. It wasn't serious at all. Ashley cleared her throat and put on this dramatic voice. Spirits of this house, if you're here with us, give us a sign. We waited. Nothing happened. See? Told you, I said, reaching for my phone. No, wait, Ashley insisted. We need to be more specific. Spirits, if you're here, can you move something in this room? Maybe knock a picture off the wall or turn off the lights. We were both still smiling, but then something weird happened. The water bottle on my desk, it just fell over, like completely tipped over and rolled onto the floor. I jumped a little, and Ashley's eyes got wide. That was probably just balanced weirdly, I said quickly, but I felt this strange chill run down my spine. Yeah, totally, Ashley agreed, but then she looked around the room with new interest. But what if it wasn't? The bedside lamp started to flicker slightly, not dramatically like in a horror movie, just a subtle flicker that you might normally blame on bad wiring. But the timing was unsettling. I was getting uncomfortable. Maybe we should stop. No way! This is getting good! Ashley was weirdly excited now. If there's something here with us, can you make another sign? The temperature in my room seemed to drop. I'm not exaggerating. It got noticeably colder. I rubbed my arms, suddenly wishing I'd worn a sweatshirt instead of just a t-shirt. Ashley, I really don't think... If there's a spirit here, Ashley continued, completely ignoring me, you have our permission to touch one of us. Nothing harmful. Just let us know you're here. What the hell? I hissed at her. Don't say that. Ashley just laughed. Megan, come on. There's nothing here. I'm just proving a point. We waited another minute or two, but nothing else happened. The lamp stopped flickering, and the room seemed normal again. Eventually, Ashley got bored and suggested we watch a movie instead. I was relieved to drop the whole thing. We ended up watching some dumb rom-com and eating an entire bag of chips. By midnight, we were both exhausted, and the weird séance thing was forgotten. Ashley went home around noon the next day, and I spent the rest of Saturday cleaning up before my parents got back. That night, I slept fine. No nightmares, no weird feelings, nothing. I actually slept better than usual. Sunday morning is when things got messed up. I woke up around 9 with this dull pain in my right forearm. It wasn't unbearable, just annoying, like I'd bumped into something. I figured I must have hit it against my nightstand or something in my sleep. I didn't even check it at first. I went downstairs, made some cereal, and sat watching videos on my phone while I ate. The pain was still there, getting a little more noticeable. When I reached for my spoon, I winced. After breakfast, I went back upstairs to change. I pulled off my sleep shirt, and that's when I saw it. There were 3 long scratches running down my right forearm from just below my elbow almost to my wrist. They were red and raised, like someone had dragged their nails across my skin, and around the scratches was a bruise. An actual bruise, purple and blue and ugly. I froze, staring at my arm. I hadn't done anything yesterday that could have caused this. No yard work, no heavy lifting, nothing that could explain scratches like these. And I'm a light sleeper. I would have woken up if I'd scratched myself this badly during the night. I grabbed my phone with shaking hands and took a picture of my arm. Then I sent it to Ashley with the message, "Did I hurt my arm when I was at your place? I don't remember doing this." She texted back almost immediately, "WTF? No, you didn't have that when I left. Where did that come from?" I stared at her reply, my heart starting to pound in my chest. "I don't know. I just woke up with it." There was a long pause before she responded. "Holy shit, Megan. Remember when I said the spirit could touch one of us? Maybe it took me up on the offer, lol." She included a ghost emoji, like this was all some big joke, but I was sitting on my bed, staring at these unexplainable marks on my body, and I suddenly couldn't breathe right. The scratches were too deliberate. 3 perfectly parallel lines, like someone or something had deliberately marked me. My parents got home that afternoon, and I made sure to wear a long-sleeved shirt. I didn't want to explain something I couldn't understand myself. The scratches stung when I showered, and the bruise got darker over the next couple of days. I've tried to rationalize it. Maybe I did it in my sleep. Maybe I caught my arm on something and don't remember. But deep down, I know that's not what happened. Something was in my room that night. Something heard us mocking those paranormal games. Something accepted Ashley's invitation. It's been 3 weeks now, and the scratches have healed, but I still have a faint bruise. Ashley keeps trying to joke about it, asking if I've had any other paranormal experiences, but I can tell she's unsettled too. She doesn't come over to my house anymore, always has an excuse for why we should hang out at her place instead. The worst part is the feeling I get in my room now, especially at night, like I'm not alone, like something is watching me, waiting. Sometimes my lamp still flickers, just for a second. Sometimes I wake up with my water bottle knocked over on my nightstand. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:15 in the morning. No reason, no noise. I just woke up, and there was this pressure on the edge of my bed, like someone was sitting there. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. I just lay there, eyes wide open in the dark, feeling the weight shift slightly. When I finally managed to reach over and turn on my lamp, there was nothing there. But my arm, the same arm with the scratches, was ice cold, like it had been held in a freezer. I don't mock the paranormal anymore. I don't even talk about it. But whatever we invited into my house that night, I don't think it's leaving, and I'm terrified of what it might do next. I've thought about telling my parents, but what would I even say? Hey, Ashley and I pretended to call spirits, and now something supernatural is living in my room. They'd think I was crazy or looking for attention. The only person who might believe me is Ashley, and she's doing everything she can to pretend it never happened. Last time I tried to talk to her about it seriously, she changed the subject so fast it gave me whiplash. So I'm stuck with this thing, this presence. Sometimes I think I see movement out of the corner of my eye. Sometimes I hear breathing when I'm alone in my room. And always, there's that feeling of being watched. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to get rid of it. I don't even know what it is. All I know is that what started as a stupid joke has turned into something I can't explain, can't control, and can't escape. So if you've read this far and have any advice, please help me. And if you're thinking about messing around with paranormal stuff, even as a joke, don't. Just don't. You never know what might answer when you call out to the darkness. Woof. Story 9. I never thought I'd be sharing this, but I need to get it off my chest. It's been 3 months since it happened, and I still can't sleep properly. Every little noise outside my apartment makes me freeze up. I keep the blinds closed all the time now. Back in June, I hit rock bottom. I'd been working 70-hour weeks at my marketing firm for almost a year straight. I hadn't had a proper night's sleep in months. We're talking 2, maybe 3 hours a night if I was lucky. My doctor called it severe burnout combined with chronic insomnia. When my boss found me crying in the supply closet for the second time that week, he practically ordered me to take time off. My therapist suggested a complete digital detox somewhere remote. Reconnect with nature, she said. Reset your circadian rhythm. My cousin owns this small rustic cabin in the northern woods of Michigan. No Wi-Fi, spotty cell service at best, miles from the nearest neighbor. It sounded perfect. Peaceful isolation where I could finally rest. The cabin was about 6 hours north of my place in Chicago. I packed enough supplies for 2 weeks, loaded up my Honda Civic and hit the road. I remember feeling hopeful for the first time in months. The drive up was actually pleasant. The further north I went, the more the landscape changed. Dense forests, winding roads, fewer and fewer buildings until finally I turned onto the unmarked dirt road that led to the cabin. The place was exactly what I needed. A one-room wooden structure with a small kitchen area, a bathroom with just the basics, a wood stove for heat, and a queen-sized bed with a view of the surrounding pine forest. The nearest neighbor was over 2 miles away. My cousin had it stocked with firewood and the basic necessities. There was a generator for electricity, but I planned to use it sparingly. I wanted to sync my body back to natural light cycles. The first 2 days were incredible. I slept better than I had in years. During the day, I'd go for walks, read books I'd been putting off, cook simple meals. At night, I'd sit on the small porch and just listen to the symphony of insects and watch the stars. The silence was so different from city noise. It wasn't really silence at all, but a rich tapestry of natural sounds. Crickets, frogs, the occasional owl, wind through the trees. For the first time in forever, my mind felt clear. Then came the third night. I woke up suddenly around 3 in the morning. At first, I wasn't sure what had pulled me from sleep. Then I realized what was wrong. The silence. Complete, total silence. No insects. No wind. Nothing. Anyone who spent time in the woods knows this isn't normal. Nature is never completely quiet. I lay there for several minutes, straining to hear anything. The silence felt physical somehow, like pressure against my eardrums. Finally, I got up and went to the window. The moon was nearly full, casting enough light to see the clearing around the cabin and the edge of the woods, maybe 30 feet away. That's when I saw it. A figure standing just at the tree line, completely motionless, just watching the cabin. My cabin. I couldn't make out details. Just a dark silhouette, definitely human-shaped, but somehow wrong in proportion. Too tall, too thin. At first, I thought it might be a hunter, or maybe another hiker who got lost. But who would just stand there, perfectly still, at 3 in the morning? I switched on the porch light, thinking that would either scare them off or they'd approach if they needed help. The light barely reached the tree line, but I could still see the figure hadn't moved at all. Not even a flinch when the light came on. "Hello?" I called out, my voice sounding pathetically small. "Do you need help?" Nothing. No response, no movement. I stood there for what felt like forever, though my phone said it was only about 15 minutes. Eventually, I convinced myself it was just a trick of the moonlight or maybe a particularly straight tree I hadn't noticed before. I went back to bed, but I didn't sleep. I just lay there, listening to the continuing unnatural silence, until dawn finally broke. In the morning light, everything seemed normal again. Birds were singing, squirrels chattering. I told myself I'd imagined the whole thing. Stress hallucination or something. I made coffee and decided to check around the cabin anyway, just to reassure myself. That's when I found them, footprints, right where the figure had been standing. They weren't animal tracks, definitely human-shaped, but too large, the stride too long when I followed them a few feet into the woods before they disappeared. I spent that day on edge, jumping at every sound. I considered packing up and leaving, but told myself I was being ridiculous. It was probably just another hiker who got lost and was looking at the cabin, wondering if they should ask for help. The strange proportions were just my sleepy mind playing tricks. The footprints could be explained. I needed this break, and I wasn't going to let my anxiety ruin it. That night, I made sure all the windows and doors were locked. I even pushed the small couch in front of the door. I kept a flashlight and my phone by the bed. I took a sleeping pill, hoping it would knock me out enough to get through the night without incident. It didn't work. I woke up at almost the exact same time. 3:07 according to my phone. Again, that unnatural silence. Again, I went to the window, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The figure was back, but closer this time. It stood at the edge of the small clearing, maybe 20 feet from the cabin, still completely motionless, still watching. But now I could see more details, and I wished to God I couldn't. The proportions were definitely wrong. Arms too long, neck too thin. And though I couldn't make out a face, I had the overwhelming sense it was smiling. I didn't call out this time. Some primal instinct told me not to draw attention to myself, which was absurd because it was clearly watching me already. I backed away from the window and spent the rest of the night huddled in bed, alternating between watching the window and hiding under the covers like a frightened child. When morning came, I immediately went outside to look for tracks again. They were there, exactly where the figure had stood. But there was something else. A circle of footprints around the entire cabin, as if whatever it was had walked around the building, stopping at each window. That was it. I decided to leave. This wasn't paranoia anymore. Something was out there, watching me, circling the cabin at night. I threw my stuff haphazardly into my bags and practically ran to my car. It wouldn't start. The engine wouldn't even turn over. I popped the hood, but I don't know much about cars. Everything looked normal to my untrained eye. I tried calling for help, but as I mentioned, cell service was spotty at best. I couldn't get a signal. The landline in the cabin was for emergencies only, connecting directly to the local ranger station. But when I tried it, the line was dead. I was trapped. I spent the day securing the cabin as best I could. I covered all the windows with blankets. I moved furniture in front of every possible entrance. I found an old baseball bat in a closet and kept it with me. Part of me felt stupid for overreacting, but those footprints, they weren't something I could explain away. Night fell, and I didn't even try to sleep. I sat in the middle of the room with all the lights on, the bat across my knees, waiting. At exactly 3 a.m., the generator shut off. The lights died, and in the sudden darkness, I heard it. Soft footsteps on the porch. Then, a gentle testing of the doorknob, a slow, methodical movement, like it was carefully checking to see if it was locked. Then, silence again. I didn't move. I barely breathed. A few minutes later, I heard a light tapping on the window closest to me. Tap, tap, tap. Then it moved to the next window. Tap, tap, tap. It circled the entire cabin, tapping on each window as it went. When it completed the circle and reached the door again, I heard something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. A voice, barely above a whisper but clearly audible in the silence. Marcus. I can see you, Marcus. My name. It knew my fucking name. I don't remember much of the rest of that night. I know I didn't answer. I know I didn't look out the windows. I just sat there gripping the bat so hard my hands cramped until the first light of dawn started to filter through the blankets I'd hung. When I was sure it was fully daylight, I cautiously looked outside. Nothing was there. But on the ground, those same footprints had circled the cabin, stopping at each window. And now there was something else. Scratches on the door, about 7 feet up, too high for any normal person to make without standing on something. I knew I had to get out of there. Car or no car, I had to leave. The nearest town was about 12 miles away. I could walk it in a day if I hurried. I grabbed only what I absolutely needed. Water, some food, my phone, a small first aid kit, and I started walking down the dirt road that led back to the highway. I'd made it maybe half a mile when I noticed the woods had gone silent again, in broad daylight. I started walking faster, fighting the urge to look back. The silence followed me. Another half mile and I couldn't resist anymore. I looked over my shoulder. It was there, standing in the middle of the road, maybe 100 yards back, in daylight, just standing, watching. I couldn't make out a face. It was like the features were constantly shifting, never quite resolving into anything recognizable. I ran. I fucking ran like I've never run before, breath burning in my lungs, not daring to look back again. I don't know how long I ran. It felt like hours. Eventually, I hit the highway and flagged down the first car I saw, probably looking like a complete madman. An older couple picked me up. They must have thought I was on drugs or having some kind of breakdown, but they were kind enough to drive me to the nearest town. I called a tow truck to go get my car. I booked a room at the local motel and took the longest shower of my life, trying to wash away the feeling of being watched. The tow truck driver called me later that day. He'd found my car and brought it to town. The battery cables had been disconnected, not fallen off, not worn through, deliberately disconnected. He asked if I'd done it myself. I hadn't. I left Michigan that day. I drove straight back to Chicago without stopping except for gas, constantly checking my rearview mirror. I've been back home for 3 months now. I've tried to convince myself it was just some local weirdo playing tricks on the city guy, or maybe even a fugitive hiding out in the woods who wanted me gone, but I still can't explain how it knew my name. I never told anyone but my boss and my therapist exactly where I was going, or why it only appeared at 3 a.m., or the unnatural silence that preceded it, or why sometimes when I wake up in the middle of the night, I still hear that gentle tapping on my bedroom window, tap, tap. Story 10. I still can't believe I'm actually writing this down. It's been almost 3 months since that night at Blue Mesa, and my hands still shake when I think about it. I've been driving trucks for Southern Cross Logistics for nearly 15 years now, and nothing, absolutely nothing, has ever come close to what happened on May 17th, 2011. Tuesday started like any other haul. I loaded up in Birmingham around 6 in the morning, just a regular shipment of industrial cleaners headed for Phoenix. Nothing special, nothing dangerous. The weather was clear, traffic was moving well, and I was making good time. I remember calling my wife around lunchtime, telling her I'd probably make it to Oklahoma by nightfall, right on schedule. I'd done this route dozens of times before. Birmingham to Phoenix was practically second nature to me. I could probably drive it with my eyes closed, though I'd never actually do that, obviously. The plan was simple. Push through to Blue Mesa Truck Plaza east of Oklahoma City, catch some sleep, then finish the haul the next day. I checked in with dispatch around 4 that afternoon, told them everything was fine, and I'd be at Blue Mesa by 9 or so. My dispatcher, Carol, reminded me to call in when I arrived. Always do, I told her. We'd been working together for years. She knew I was reliable. The sun was setting as I crossed into Oklahoma. That's when I first noticed something felt off. It wasn't anything I could put my finger on exactly, just this feeling in my gut, like when you walk into your house and can tell someone's been there, even though nothing's obviously missing. The radio started acting up too, stations cutting in and out, then going to static. I figured it was just dead zones in the coverage. Happens all the time on long hauls. I pulled into Blue Mesa around 9:30 that night. The place was busy but not packed, typical for a Tuesday. I found a spot near the back of the lot, away from the main building but still under one of the lights. Force of habit, I guess. I always liked having some space between me and the other trucks. Makes it easier to pull out in the morning. After parking, I filled out my logbook. Arrived Blue Mesa, something not right here, and was about to call Carol when my phone rang. It was Ray Wilson, another driver I'd known for years. We shot the breeze for a minute, nothing important, until I happened to glance out my window. That's when I saw it. Standing between 2 trucks about 50 yards away was, well, I'm still not sure what it was. At first I thought it was just another driver, but something about the way it stood was wrong, too still, and its proportions weren't quite right. Too tall, too thin. "Hey, Ray," I remember saying, my voice dropping to almost a whisper. You remember those stories my grandpa used to tell us about the highway people? Ray laughed. Those old trucker ghost stories? Sure, what about them? I think I'm looking at one right now, I said, not taking my eyes off the figure. They're real, Ray. The figure was staring directly at my truck. At me. Even from that distance, I could tell its face wasn't right. It was smooth, like a mannequin's, but with this weird sheen to it, like it was wet or covered in some kind of oil. And its eyes, God, its eyes caught the parking lot lights and reflected them back like a deer's or a cat's. Bright yellow-green pinpricks in the darkness. Ray was saying something, but I wasn't listening anymore. I told him I had to go and hung up. I needed to get a better look to make sure I wasn't just seeing things after 12 hours on the road. I grabbed my flashlight, checked to make sure my pocket knife was still in my jeans, and stepped out of the cab. The night air hit me immediately, unusually cold for May, even in Oklahoma. I locked my truck, always lock your truck, first rule of the road, and started walking toward the main building. I figured I'd grab some coffee, clear my head, maybe chat with some other drivers to see if anyone else had noticed anything strange. But I never made it to the building. About halfway there, I stopped. There was this sound, like metal being torn apart, but deeper, almost subsonic. I felt it more than heard it. This vibration that went straight through my chest, and then every dog in the plaza started howling all at once. I've never heard anything like it. It was like they were terrified, all of them, at the exact same moment. That's when I saw the lights coming from the woods behind the plaza, pulsing blue-white, not like police lights or anything man-made. They moved in a pattern I couldn't understand, like they were communicating in some kind of code, and I just knew, that whatever I'd seen watching my truck was connected to those lights. I changed direction. I know it sounds crazy, but I started walking toward the woods. It wasn't even really a conscious decision. It was like something was pulling me there. Like I had to see what was causing those lights, like I didn't have a choice. The lot got darker as I moved away from the main lights. The sounds of the plaza, idling engines, distant conversations, the occasional laugh, all seemed to fade away. All I could hear was my own breathing and the crunch of gravel under my boots. I remember checking my watch as I approached the tree line. It was 9:42 exactly. The blue-white light was stronger now, pulsing through the trees like a heartbeat. I should have been scared. Hell, part of me was terrified, but another part was just curious, like I needed to understand what was happening. The trees weren't thick, more like a windbreak between the plaza and the highway beyond. I stepped between two larger trunks, my flashlight beam barely cutting through the strange mist that had settled among the trees. It wasn't natural fog. It moved against the slight breeze, swirling in patterns that almost looked deliberate. That's when I heard my name, John. It wasn't shouted, wasn't even spoken loudly. It was like a whisper right in my ear, even though there was nobody near me. The voice didn't sound human. It had this metallic quality to it, like someone talking through an old radio. But it knew my name. I spun around, flashlight beam cutting wild arcs through the mist. "Who's there?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. No answer. Just that pulsing light, now seeming to come from everywhere at once. I took another step forward, and the ground seemed to shift beneath me. Not like an earthquake, more like the earth itself was breathing. I stumbled, caught myself against a tree trunk. The bark felt wrong under my hand, too smooth, almost slick. When I pulled my hand away, it was covered in this clear, viscous fluid that seemed to glow faintly in the beam of my flashlight. It didn't have a smell, but it burned slightly on my skin. I tried to wipe it off on my jeans, but it clung to my fingers like honey. John Lawson. My full name this time, from behind me. I whipped around again, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat, and there it was, standing maybe 20 feet away, the figure I'd seen in the parking lot, but now I could see it clearly in the blue-white light. It looked almost human. Almost. It had the basic shape, head, torso, 2 arms, 2 legs, but everything was just slightly wrong. Its limbs were too long, joints bending in places they shouldn't. Its skin had that same wet-looking smoothness I'd noticed before, like plastic that's been left out in the rain. No hair, no visible ears, just that face. That horrible, almost but not quite human face. And those eyes. They weren't reflecting light anymore, they were generating it, glowing from within with the same blue-white pulse as the lights in the trees. "We've been waiting for you," it said. Its mouth didn't move right when it spoke. The words seemed to come from everywhere at once. "What are you?" I managed to ask, my voice barely above a whisper. It tilted its head at an impossible angle, like a dog trying to understand a strange sound. "We are the ones who walk between," it said. "We are the watchers of the ways." I didn't understand. I still don't. But something about those words filled me with a dread so profound I can't even describe it. It was like hearing something I wasn't meant to know, something human minds shouldn't be able to comprehend. I started backing away, but for every step I took, it seemed to be getting closer without actually moving. The mist was thicker now, swirling around its legs, reaching out toward me like fingers. "Your grandfather knew," it said. "He saw us, as you see us now." My grandfather. The highway people. The stories he used to tell that I always thought were just ways to keep me entertained on long drives when I was a kid. Stories about things that watched from the darkness at the edge of truck stops. Things that sometimes took drivers who wandered too far from the lights. I never believed them. Never thought they were anything more than the ramblings of an old man who'd spent too many years alone on the road. But my grandfather's voice was suddenly in my head, clear as day. "If you ever see 'em, Johnny, don't you run. Running just makes 'em chase. You walk slow and steady back to the lights, back to where people are. They can't take you if there's witnesses." So that's what I tried to do. I turned, keeping my movements slow and deliberate, and started walking back toward the plaza. Each step felt like moving through molasses. The mist tugged at my legs, trying to hold me back. "We need a traveler," the voice said from behind me. "A navigator, someone who knows the roads." I kept walking. "Don't run, don't run." Something cold and wet brushed against the back of my neck. I flinched but didn't turn around. The plaza lights seemed impossibly far away now, like I'd walked miles into these woods instead of just a few dozen yards. "Your grandfather escaped us," the voice said, now right beside my ear. "You will not." I felt something grab my trucker cap. Fingers, but too many of them. Too long, too strong. I jerked away instinctively, feeling the cap tear from my head, my scalp burning where some of my hair went with it. That's when I broke. That's when I ran. I don't remember much after that. Branches whipping at my face, the mist seemingly alive around me, trying to trip me, to pull me back. That horrible blue-white light getting brighter behind me, casting my shadow long and distorted ahead of me as I ran. I remember bursting out of the trees, expecting to see the truck plaza right in front of me, but there was nothing, just more trees, more mist, more darkness. I ran until my lungs burned and my legs gave out. I collapsed somewhere, I don't know where, and the world went black. When I woke up, it was morning. I was lying in a ditch alongside Route 40, almost 3 miles from Blue Mesa. My clothes were torn and covered in mud. My head was bleeding where my cap had been torn off. My phone was gone. I walked back to the plaza in a daze. My truck was still there, exactly where I'd left it, locked, my logbook inside, my phone on the seat. Everything normal, like I'd just stepped away for a minute instead of being missing all night. That was 3 months ago. The police investigated, but there wasn't much to go on. The security footage showed me walking toward the woods, but the cameras didn't cover that area. Some of the other drivers corroborated parts of my story. The lights, the strange sounds, the howling dogs. But nobody saw what I saw in the woods. They found my cap 8 months later, wedged high in a tree fork behind the plaza. The inside band had marks on it, fingernail marks where I'd clawed at it as it was being ripped off my head. But the cap itself showed no weather damage, like it had just been placed there that day, instead of hanging in a tree through rain and wind and sun for the better part of a year. I don't drive trucks anymore. Can't bring myself to get back on the road. Sometimes at night, I still hear that voice calling my name. Sometimes I wake up with that blue-white light pulsing behind my eyelids, and sometimes when I look out my window at night, I see a figure standing at the edge of our property, just standing, watching, waiting. Story 11. I never thought I'd be sharing this with strangers, but I need to get it off my chest. Maybe writing it down will help me process what happened, though I doubt I'll ever fully understand it. 3 weeks ago, my wife Jen and I took our kids, Emma, age 9, and Tyler, age 7, camping at Evergreen National Park. We'd been planning this trip for months, a chance to disconnect from our devices and reconnect as a family. Both kids had been glued to their tablets, and honestly, Jen and I weren't much better with our phones. We needed this break from city life, from the noise, from everything. We arrived at the park around 2 in the afternoon on a Friday. The drive had been longer than expected, about 4 hours with a stop for lunch, but the kids were surprisingly well behaved. Maybe they were just excited about the trip. We'd talked it up for weeks, promising adventures and marshmallow roasting and all that good stuff. The ranger at the entrance gate was friendly enough, an older guy with a weathered face who gave us a map and circled a few good camping spots. "Not many folks out here this weekend," he mentioned. "You'll have your pick of sights." At the time, I thought that was great news. Now I wish we'd chosen the most crowded campground possible. We drove about 20 minutes into the park, following a winding dirt road that took us deeper into the woods. The trees got thicker, taller, blocking out more and more sunlight until we were driving through patchy shadows. I remember noticing how quiet it got. Even with the windows down, there wasn't much sound besides our tires on the gravel and the occasional bird call. Jen spotted it first, a turnoff that led to a beautiful clearing about 50 yards from a small river. The spot was perfect, flat ground for the tent, a pre-made fire pit ringed with stones, and enough distance from the main road that we wouldn't hear any passing cars. The kids were out of the car before I'd even turned off the engine, running around and exploring while Jen and I unloaded our gear. Setting up camp took about an hour. I handled the tent while Jen organized our supplies and kept an eye on the kids. By 4:30, we were completely set up. Our blue 4-person tent stood in the middle of the clearing, sleeping bags already laid out inside. We had a cooler full of food, a portable stove, camping chairs around the fire pit, and all the other essentials. The afternoon passed quickly. We hiked down to the river where the kids threw rocks into the water and we spotted a few fish. The water was clear and cold, too cold for swimming but perfect for filling our bottles after running it through our portable filter. We didn't see any other campers, though we did notice a few sites about half a mile downstream that looked occupied from a distance. As the sun started setting, we headed back to our campsite to make dinner. Jen cooked hot dogs over the fire while I helped the kids gather more firewood from the edges of our clearing. The whole scene was exactly what I'd pictured when planning this trip. My family together, the golden light of sunset filtering through the trees, the smell of pine and wood smoke in the air. After dinner came the mandatory s'mores. Tyler managed to get marshmallow all over his face, which made Emma laugh so hard she nearly fell off her camp chair. For those few hours, everything was perfect. We told stories, pointed out constellations as they appeared overhead, and just enjoyed being together without any screens between us. We put the kids to bed around 9. Our tent was divided into 2 sections by a thin fabric wall. Jen and I on one side, the kids on the other. I could hear them whispering and giggling for a while before they finally quieted down and fell asleep. Jen and I stayed up by the fire for another hour or so, talking quietly and enjoying the rare chance to have an uninterrupted conversation. The night had gotten significantly cooler and we were huddled close together under a blanket. The forest around us was mostly silent except for the occasional rustle of wind through the trees and the soft bubbling of the nearby river. It must have been around 10:30 when I first heard it, footsteps crunching on the pine needles and leaves that carpeted the forest floor. At first I thought it was just an animal, maybe a deer or something coming down to the river for a drink, but there was something about the rhythm that didn't sound right. Too deliberate for an animal, too heavy. "Do you hear that?" I whispered to Jen. She nodded, her body tensing against mine. "Probably just hikers," she suggested, but she didn't sound convinced. The footsteps continued, seeming to circle our campsite just beyond the reach of our firelight. I stood up, grabbing our flashlight from the nearby table. "Hello?" I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "Someone there?" The footsteps stopped immediately. Complete silence followed, not even the wind or distant animals making a sound. It was as if the whole forest was holding its breath. "Maybe it was nothing," Jen said after a minute had passed with no further noise. I wasn't convinced, but I sat back down, keeping the flashlight in my hand. We decided to turn in for the night, carefully extinguishing the fire and securing our food in the bear-proof container we'd brought along. The inside of the tent felt safe, a thin but psychologically significant barrier between us and whatever was out there. Jen fell asleep quickly, but I lay awake, listening. The forest had returned to its normal nighttime sounds, the distant hoot of an owl, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, the gentle babble of the river. I must have dozed off eventually, because the next thing I remember is jerking awake to a scratching sound against the side of our tent. It was subtle at first, so faint I thought it might be a branch moved by the wind, but then it became more deliberate, a slow drag along the nylon fabric that ran from one side to the other. I propped myself up on one elbow, my heart suddenly pounding. The digital watch I'd left on the tent floor showed 2:17 in the morning. Beside me, Jen stirred. "What's that?" she whispered, now fully awake. "Not sure," I replied, reaching for the flashlight I'd kept beside our sleeping bag. The scratching continued, moving around the perimeter of the tent. I could track the sound as it made its way from the entrance to the back where the kids were sleeping, then around to our section again. I unzipped my sleeping bag and started to get up, my mind racing through possibilities: raccoon, bear, another camper playing a prank. None of the options were particularly comforting. As I reached for the tent zipper, I heard it. A voice, so close it could have been inside the tent with us, raspy and dry like dead leaves being crushed underfoot. "Let me in." Jen gasped beside me, grabbing my arm so hard her nails dug into my skin. I froze, the flashlight beam shaking in my trembling hand. "Let me in," the voice repeated, slightly louder this time. There was something wrong with it, something inhuman in its cadence, as if whoever or whatever was speaking didn't quite understand how human speech should sound. Before I could respond or even process what was happening, the entire tent began to shake violently. It wasn't the wind. This was deliberate, powerful movement that bent the tent poles and made the whole structure rock from side to side. The kids woke up immediately, screaming in terror. I could hear Emma crying out for us while Tyler's frightened sobbing tore at my heart. "We need to get out of here," Jen said, her voice shaking but determined. She was already scrambling toward the divider to reach the kids. "No," I said instinctively. "We don't know what's out there." The shaking intensified, the tent now buckling inward as if something was pressing against it from multiple sides. The voice came again, from everywhere and nowhere at once. "Let me in." I grabbed the camping knife we'd used earlier to cut up food for dinner. It wasn't much, just a 4-inch folding blade, but it was better than nothing. "Stay here with the kids," I told Jen, trying to sound braver than I felt. "I'm going to look." "Don't you dare," she hissed, but I was already unzipping the tent flap. The cold night air hit me immediately as I stepped outside, knife in one hand and flashlight in the other. I swept the beam around our campsite, expecting to see, I don't know what. A person? An animal? There was nothing. The clearing was empty, the fire pit cold and dark, our camping chairs exactly where we'd left them. The woods beyond our sight were pitch black, the trees standing like silent sentinels, but the voice came again, now from the tree line. "Let me in." I spun toward the sound, the flashlight beam cutting through the darkness to illuminate nothing but trunks and branches. The voice seemed to move, echoing from different directions, as if whatever was speaking was circling our campsite, always just beyond the reach of my light. Inside the tent I could hear Jen trying to comfort the kids, her own voice tight with fear. I backed up toward the tent entrance, never taking my eyes off the trees. "We're leaving," I called over my shoulder. "Pack up only what we need." I didn't wait for a response before ducking back inside. The kids were huddled against Jen, both of them crying silently now, their eyes wide with terror. "There's nothing out there," I said, trying to sound calm. "But I think we should go. This spot doesn't feel right." We packed in a frenzy, grabbing only the essentials: sleeping bags, the kids' favorite stuffed animals, our phones, car keys, and a few bottles of water. Everything else could stay. I didn't care about the equipment. I just wanted my family safe. The voice continued the entire time, moving around our campsite, always just out of sight. "Let me in. Let me in. Let me in." Over and over, sometimes whispered, sometimes loud enough that it seemed to reverberate through the clearing. When we were ready, I took Tyler in my arms while Jen held Emma's hand. "We're going to run to the car," I explained, trying to keep my voice steady. "Don't look back, don't stop for anything, just run." The moment we unzipped the tent fully and stepped out as a group, the voice fell silent. The sudden absence of that raspy whisper was almost as terrifying as the sound itself had been. We ran. The car was only about 30 yards away, but it felt like miles. My flashlight beam bounced wildly across the ground as we stumbled toward the vehicle. I fumbled with the key fob, hitting the unlock button repeatedly until the headlights flashed and the doors clicked open. Get in, I urged, practically throwing Tyler into the back seat while Jen helped Emma in on the other side. I jumped into the driver's seat, Jen barely closing her door before I started the engine and threw the car into reverse. As we backed up, my headlights swept across the tree line for just a split second, so brief I've spent every day since wondering if I imagined it. I saw something move between two large pines, not an animal, not a person either, just a shadow that seemed darker than the night around it, tall and oddly shaped, pulling back into the trees as the light touched it. I hit the gas hard, spinning the wheel to turn us around toward the park exit. Gravel sprayed from under our tires as we accelerated down the dirt road, branches scraping against the sides of our car. No one spoke for the first 20 minutes as I drove at a dangerous speed along the winding forest roads. The kids had stopped crying, shock replacing their terror. Jen kept looking back over her shoulder as if expecting to see something following us. When we finally reached the main park entrance, it was deserted. The ranger station was dark, the gate open. I didn't slow down, just drove straight through and onto the highway beyond. We drove for hours, not stopping until the sun began to rise and we were 3 counties away. I pulled into a gas station parking lot, my hands shaking so badly I could barely turn off the engine. "What was that?" Jen finally asked, her voice hollow. I didn't have an answer. I still don't. We never went back for our equipment. We never reported what happened to the park rangers or police. What would we say? That a voice asked to be let in? That our tent was shaken by something we couldn't see? That I glimpsed a shadow that didn't look quite right? It's been 3 weeks, and Tyler still wakes up crying most nights. Emma refuses to sleep without her light on. Jen and I take turns staying awake, listening for sounds that don't belong in our suburban home. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't know what wanted to be let in, but I'm certain that if we had stayed, if I had hesitated even minutes longer before deciding to leave, something terrible would have happened to my family. Sometimes when the house is quiet and I'm alone with my thoughts, I can still hear that raspy whisper as clear as if it were right beside me. Let me in. Story 12. I still don't sleep well. It's been 8 months since that night, and I'm sitting here with all the lights on at 3 in the morning because I heard the house creak. My husband David thinks I should talk to someone about it. Maybe he's right. But I figured writing it down might help get it out of my system first. It was early October last year. David had left for his 2-week National Guard training the day before, and I had just dropped off my daughter Ellie at my mum's for the weekend. I was actually looking forward to having the house to myself for once. Catch up on schoolwork, binge some Netflix, not have to make chicken nuggets for dinner. You know, the glamorous life of a 24-year-old mom. When I got home from dropping Ellie off, I noticed muddy shoe prints leading up to our back door. Nothing major, just a few partial prints on the concrete steps. I figured it was probably the mail carrier or maybe the neighbor's kid who sometimes cuts through our yard. I didn't think much of it, just wiped them up with some paper towels and went inside. Our house is this old craftsman-style place in South Buffalo. Not huge or anything, but it has character. Creaky floors, weird little nooks, those old glass doorknobs. We'd only been living there for about a year and a half. It was our first real home after living in apartments, and despite the drafty windows and temperamental plumbing, I loved it. That evening around 7, I settled into our spare bedroom upstairs that we'd converted into a small office. I had an online class for my nursing program that started at 7:30. Our dog Juniper, this scruffy terrier mix, was acting weird, pacing around, whining at the bedroom door. I figured she needed to go out, so I took a quick break before my class to let her into the backyard. When we came back in, she still seemed on edge. She kept looking at the stairs and growling softly. I checked the time and realized my class was about to start, so I just gave her a treat and closed the office door to keep her with me. About halfway through my class, around 8:15 or so, I started hearing noises downstairs. Not anything dramatic, just little sounds that didn't quite fit, like a floorboard creaking in the living room, or what sounded like cabinet doors being carefully opened and closed. Old houses make noise, I told myself. The radiators were probably just kicking on, but Juniper wasn't buying it. She was staring at the door, her ears perked up, completely rigid. When she started doing that low growl again, I felt the first real twinge of unease. I texted my mom while trying to keep up with my class. "Hey, house is making weird noises. Juniper acting strange. Probably nothing." She texted back almost immediately. "Want me to come over?" I told her no, that I was being silly, but I promised to call her after my class ended. Then I got up, keeping my laptop with me so my professor wouldn't notice I was moving around, and locked the office door. I'd never locked it before. It felt stupid even as I was doing it, but something just felt off. I tried to focus on the lecture, but I kept hearing little things. A soft thud from somewhere in the house, what sounded like footsteps on the stairs, though they were so faint I couldn't be sure. Juniper had gone from growling to completely silent, which was somehow worse. She was staring at the door, completely still, like she was afraid to make noise. My class finally ended at 9:30. I immediately called my mom, just needing to hear another human voice. "Hey, sweetie, everything okay?" she asked. "Yeah, I think so," I said, trying to sound casual. "House is just being creepy tonight. How's Ellie?" We chatted about Ellie for a bit. Apparently she'd gotten my mom to agree to make cookies at 10 at night, and I felt myself relaxing. I was just being paranoid. David being gone always made me jumpy. I left the office with Juniper glued to my side, phone still pressed to my ear. I'm not sure why, but I found myself walking down the hallway toward Ellie's bedroom. Her door was partially open, which was normal. We usually kept it that way to let some heat in. "I should probably check the house before I go to bed," I told my mom, trying to sound casual, "just to make sure everything's locked up." "Good idea," she said. "I'll stay on the phone with you." I pushed Ellie's door open wider. Her nightlight was on, casting this soft purple glow across her room. Everything looked normal, her stuffed animals arranged on her bed, books on the shelf, toys mostly put away except for a few Barbies on the floor. That's when I noticed it. The ruffle on her bed skirt was pushed up slightly on one side like something had disturbed it. As I got closer, I could see what looked like the toe of a shoe poking out from under the bed. My blood went cold. I crouched down slowly, telling myself it was just one of Ellie's toys. But I knew before I bent down what I was going to see. There was a man under my daughter's bed. He was lying flat on his stomach, completely still, staring right at me with these wide, unblinking eyes. I'll never forget those eyes. Bloodshot, dilated, absolutely focused on me. He had this scraggly beard and dirty brown hair. He was wearing dark clothes, and his hands were pressed flat against the floor like he was ready to push himself out. I didn't scream. I didn't run. Some survival instinct I didn't know I had kicked in, and I slowly backed out of the room, maintaining eye contact with him the whole time. He didn't move, didn't say anything, just kept staring at me with those horrible eyes. Once I was in the hallway, I pulled the door closed and turned the lock. My hands were shaking so badly I almost dropped the phone. "Mom," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Mom, there's someone in the house. There's a man under Ellie's bed." "What?" she gasped. "Rebecca, get out now. I'm calling the police." I grabbed Juniper, who was still frozen beside me, and ran down the stairs as quietly as I could. I didn't know if the man had gotten out from under the bed yet, if he was following me, if there were others in the house. I just knew I needed to get out. I fumbled with the front door lock, my fingers numb with fear, and finally managed to get it open. I ran across the front yard to my car, Juniper tucked under my arm, and locked myself inside. I was hyperventilating, trying to stay low in the seat in case he was watching from the windows. My mom stayed on the phone with me the whole time, telling me the police were on their way. Those 15 minutes waiting in my car were the longest of my life. Every shadow looked like a person. Every sound made me flinch. I kept staring at the house, waiting for him to come out, wondering if he was watching me from one of the windows. The police arrived with their lights off, 3 patrol cars pulling up quietly. They approached my car first, and I tumbled out, still clutching Juniper, trying to explain through my tears what I'd seen. 4 officers went into the house while 1 stayed with me. I stood on the sidewalk, shivering despite the mild night, watching as flashlight beams moved through my home. My mom arrived just as they were finishing their search, and I collapsed into her arms. "We didn't find anyone in the house, Mom," one of the officers told me. "But we did find evidence of an intruder. They'd found a bathroom window on the first floor unlocked, with the screen bent outward like someone had pushed it out from the inside. There were muddy handprints on the windowsill and more prints across the floorboards leading from the bathroom. In Ellie's room, they found nothing under the bed except for a candy wrapper that wasn't ours and a small pocket knife. The worst part came when one of the officers took me into the living room and shined his flashlight on the large picture window that faces the street. There, clearly visible in the beam, were fresh palm prints on the outside of the glass, like someone had been standing there, hands pressed against the window, watching me. "These are recent," he said quietly. "The moisture from their hands hasn't fully evaporated yet." I couldn't go back into that house. My mom took me and Juniper to her place, where I curled up in bed with Ellie, holding her while she slept, completely unaware of what had happened. The next day, the police came to take a formal statement. They told me they'd increased patrols in our neighborhood but hadn't found anyone matching the description I'd given them. They suspected the person had been watching our house, knew David was gone, and had been inside multiple times before I caught him. That's when the most chilling part of this whole thing happened. Ellie was coloring at my mom's kitchen table while I talked to the officers. She looked up suddenly and asked, "Is the boy who knocks on my window at night gone now?" Everyone fell silent. The officer knelt down beside her. "What boy, sweetheart?" "The one who comes at night and knocks on my window," she said matter-of-factly, not looking up from her coloring. "Sometimes he tries to open it." I felt sick. "Ellie, why didn't you tell me about this?" She shrugged, switching from a blue crayon to a red one. "I thought you knew. The lady with no mouth knows. She stands in my closet and watches him." I had to leave the room. I couldn't breathe. The police questioned her gently, but she couldn't give them any useful details, just that sometimes she saw a boy at her window and a lady with no mouth in her closet. The officers suggested it might be nightmares, but I knew better. Someone had been stalking our home for God knows how long. We didn't go back to the house for a week. David came home early from his training. We installed security cameras, motion sensor lights, new locks, window alarms. We got a second dog, a German Shepherd. We did everything right, but I never felt safe there again. How could I? Every night when I put Ellie to bed, I pictured him under there, waiting. Every creak, every shadow made my heart race. I kept seeing those palm prints on the window. the muddy shoe prints leading to our door. I realized that locks only work if the person is on the outside trying to get in. What happens when they're already inside? We moved last month, sold the house for less than we paid just to get out. David thinks I'm being paranoid, but he didn't see those eyes staring at me from under our daughter's bed. He doesn't wake up every night checking the locks, looking under the beds, opening the closets. I still don't know who he was or what he wanted. I don't know how many times he was in our house before I found him. I don't know if the lady with no mouth was real or just Ellie's imagination. And most of all, I don't know if he's found where we live now. That's why I'm sitting here at 3 a.m. with all the lights on, listening to the house settle, wondering if that creak I just heard was just the floorboards or someone walking slowly across my living room. Story 13. I still have nightmares about that house. I wake up hearing that dripping sound, feeling cold water on my skin when I'm completely dry. It's been 12 years now, and I still can't look at lakes the same way. My husband Mark thinks therapy might help, but how do you explain something like this to a therapist without sounding completely insane? It was supposed to be our dream retirement. Mark had just finished 30 years at his engineering firm, and I'd stepped back from my medical practice. We'd saved enough to buy that beautiful Cedar Lake house on Lake Champlain in Vermont. It sat on a quiet part of the eastern shore they called Blackwater Cove. The price was incredible, way below market value. We thought we'd lucked out, found our perfect spot away from everything. Our real estate agent, Diane, seemed nervous when we put in our offer. She kept saying things like, "Just so you know, this property has changed hands several times recently, and Vermont law requires me to disclose that some people consider the property stigmatized." Mark and I just laughed it off. We're rational people. I spent my career in medicine, for God's sake. Ghost stories don't scare doctors and engineers. God, we were so stupid. The first few weeks were perfect. We moved in during early June of 2011. The weather was gorgeous, the lake views stunning. We'd have coffee on the dock every morning, watching eagles soar over the water. The nearest neighbor was half a mile away. It was peaceful in a way our suburban life never had been. Then August came, and Mark had to go back to his old firm for 3 days to help with a transition issue. I wasn't worried about staying alone. I'd been looking forward to some quiet reading time. The first night was fine. The second night, a massive thunderstorm rolled in. The wind was howling, rain pelting the windows, thunder cracking so loud it rattled the dishes. I was curled up on the couch with a book when the power went out. I lit some candles and was about to head to bed when lightning flashed, illuminating the lake outside our picture windows. That's when I saw it. Someone was standing on our dock, just standing there in the pouring rain, looking toward our house. I froze. The figure was about 50 yards away, but I could make out that they were wearing dark clothing, completely soaked through. They weren't moving at all, just staring. Then darkness again between lightning flashes. When the next bolt came, they were gone. I called the sheriff's office immediately. Sheriff Hargrove came out himself despite the storm. He searched the property with his flashlight but found nothing. The weird part was the dock. It was soaking wet from the rain, but there were no footprints. None, not even partial ones. Maybe I imagined it, I told him, feeling embarrassed. Sheriff Hargrove gave me this strange look. Wouldn't be the first time someone's seen something unusual at Blackwater Cove, he said. When I asked what he meant, he just shrugged. Place gets its name honestly. Water's different here, unusually deep, just yards from shore. Currents that don't make sense. People feel watched sometimes. He must have seen my expression because he quickly added, "Probably just your mind playing tricks. Storm like this can do that." I didn't sleep that night. When Mark came home the next day, I told him everything. He didn't dismiss me like I thought he might, but suggested we install security cameras. For peace of mind, he said. We had a security company come out the very next day. They installed cameras covering the dock, the yard, and all approaches to the house. For a few weeks, nothing happened. I started to think maybe the sheriff was right, just my imagination. Then, in mid-September, we woke up to find all the security cameras had malfunctioned simultaneously. According to the system log, they'd gone offline at exactly 2:15 a.m. and came back on at 4:30. The security company couldn't explain it. There hadn't been a power outage or system reset. That same morning, Mark went down to get the mail and called for me to come outside. There were small, wet footprints leading from the dock to our bedroom's sliding glass door. They just stopped halfway across the deck, like whoever made them had simply vanished. They were too small to be an adult's, maybe a child's. We called Sheriff Hargrove again. While Mark showed him the footprints, I noticed the sheriff wasn't surprised. He took photos, asked a few questions, but there was something in his manner that bothered me, like he'd heard this all before. That night, Mark found me on my laptop, researching our property history. "What are you doing?" he asked. "Finding out what they didn't tell us," I said. The house was newer than we'd thought, built in 2006 by a developer named Richard Mercer. He'd sold it just 8 months after completion to a family called the Landrys. They stayed almost 2 years before selling to a retired couple named Hoffman, who lasted only 6 months. Then came the Prestons, who sold to us after just 9 months. I dug deeper, searching local news archives. The Landrys had a daughter, 8 years old at the time. According to a local paper's human interest story about the charming family at Blackwater, the little girl had developed an imaginary friend shortly after moving in. She called him the wet boy and told her parents he visited her window at night, dripping water. My skin was crawling as I read on. I found a report from 1998, 8 years before our house was even built. A man named Timothy Whelan and his 9-year-old son Andrew had been in a boating accident in Blackwater Cove. Their small fishing boat had capsized during a sudden squall. Timothy's body was recovered the next day, but Andrew's never was, despite extensive searching. The article mentioned something that made my blood run cold. Before he died at the hospital, Timothy Whelan had been delirious, repeating the same thing over and over. "He won't let go. At the bottom, he won't let go." I showed everything to Mark. For the first time, I saw real fear in his eyes. "We should leave," I said. "Just for a while. Go to a hotel, think this through." Mark shook his head. "We're not running from ghost stories and coincidences. There's got to be a rational explanation." I wish I'd insisted. I wish we'd left that night. 3 days later, we were in bed around midnight when we heard it, scratching at our bedroom window, soft at first, then more insistent, and underneath the scratching, a faint sound of water dripping. Mark got up and turned on the outside lights. Nothing was there. No animals, no tree branches, nothing that could explain the sound. But the scratching continued, now accompanied by a light tapping. "It's the wind," Mark said, but his voice shook. "The wind doesn't make scratching sounds, Mark." We stood there, frozen, listening to the scratching and dripping. Then, clear as day, through the security system's audio monitor, we heard a child's voice. "He's here with me now." I don't remember much after that. I know we grabbed our phones, keys, and wallets and ran to the car in our pajamas. We drove straight to a motel in Burlington and didn't stop shaking for hours. The next day, Mark called a colleague from his old firm who lived nearby and asked him to go check on the house. Everything was normal, he reported. No signs of break-in, no footprints, nothing out of place. Mark's friend thought we were overreacting to some animal sounds. "We need to go back," Mark said after the call, "just to get some clothes and valuables. We'll be in and out in 20 minutes. I didn't want to, but I knew we couldn't just abandon everything. When we arrived, the house looked exactly as we'd left it. Peaceful, ordinary. We packed quickly, grabbing essentials and important documents. As we were leaving, I remembered something. The night before, I'd left a digital voice recorder running on the nightstand, something I'd been doing for a week, hoping to capture any unusual sounds. I ran back to get it. We didn't listen to the recording until we were safely back at the motel. Most of it was just ordinary night sounds, the house settling, distant traffic. Then, about 3 hours in, after we'd fled the house, clear as day. "When are they coming back? I'm cold." A child's voice. And then, most terrifying of all, an adult male voice responding, Soon. I told you they always come back. We put the house on the market the next day, sold it at a huge loss 2 months later. We didn't care. We moved to Arizona, as far from large bodies of water as we could get. I later learned the house has changed hands 4 more times since we left. No one stays longer than a year. Before we sold it, Mark insisted on hiring a hydrological survey of Blackwater Cove, his engineer's mind still searching for rational explanations. The results were bizarre. The cove reaches depths of over 80 feet, just yards from shore, unusual for that part of the lake, and the currents, the specialist called them impossible, creating what he described as a perpetual underwater holding pattern. Anything that sinks there gets caught in a circular current that never releases it. Sometimes I wake up at night feeling watched, even here in the desert. I feel cold, wet hands on my face that aren't there when I turn on the light. I've tried to forget, to convince myself it was all just stress or imagination. But I know what I heard on that recording, and I believe that whatever happened to Andrew Whelan in 1998, he's not alone down there anymore. And whatever keeps him company doesn't want to be alone either. They're still waiting at Blackwater Cove, waiting for someone else to come back. Story 14. I still can't sleep with my window open. It's been 8 months, and I've tried explaining what happened to my parents, to the police, to a therapist. Nobody believes me. They think it was just my imagination running wild, or that I was stressed from exams and made it all up. But I know what I saw that night. I know what almost happened to me. It was mid-October last year, and my parents had gone to some dinner party with friends about 40 minutes away. Normal Saturday night stuff. I was 16, perfectly capable of staying home alone in our house. I mean, yeah, our house is pretty isolated. We're the last property before Pinewood Forest begins, and our closest neighbors are about half a mile down the road. But I'd stayed home alone plenty of times before. I was sitting at our kitchen table working on this massive history assignment that was due Monday. It was around 8:30, and I remember feeling annoyed because I'd rather have been watching Netflix or something. The kitchen has these big windows that face the backyard and the forest beyond it. It was already dark outside, and all I could see was my own reflection in the glass and the pitch black beyond. I had my earbuds in, listening to music while I worked, when I felt this weird sensation, like someone was watching me. I pulled an earbud out and froze. There was a voice coming from somewhere outside. At first, I thought maybe it was just the wind, but then I heard it clearly, a woman's voice calling, "Help me, please, someone help me." It was distant, coming from the woods behind our house. My first thought was that someone might be hurt out there. Maybe a hiker got lost or injured. But something about the voice made the hair on my arms stand up. It sounded off somehow, like there was an echo to it that didn't make sense in an open forest. I turned off the kitchen lights so I could see better outside, but that just made everything darker. The voice came again, a little louder this time. "Please, I need help. I'm hurt." I debated what to do. Call 911? But what if someone really was hurt and needed immediate help? My dad keeps this super bright tactical flashlight in the drawer by the back door for emergencies. I grabbed it, put on my hoodie, and stepped onto our back porch. The night was cold, and so quiet I could hear my own breathing. The forest looked like a solid wall of darkness about 50 yards from our house. I swept the flashlight beam across our yard, then toward the tree line. Nothing moved. Then I heard it again, clearer now that I was outside. "Help me, please." It was definitely coming from within the forest, not too deep, but past the tree line. "Hello?" I called out. "Where are you? Are you hurt?" The voice immediately responded, like it had been waiting for me. "Yes, I fell. I can't move. Please help me." I took a few steps into the yard, my sneakers crunching on the fallen leaves. Every instinct told me to go back inside and call for help. But what if this person was seriously injured? What if they were bleeding out while I waited for an ambulance to navigate to our remote location? As I approached the edge of the forest, the voice suddenly stopped. I stood there, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness between the trees. The silence felt heavy, like the forest was holding its breath. "Hello?" I called again. "I'm here to help. Where are you?" After a moment, the voice came again, but different somehow. More eager. "I'm here. Just a little further. Follow my voice." I hesitated at the edge of the trees. Something felt wrong, really wrong. The voice wasn't moving like someone who was calling for help would be. It was staying in one place, like it was waiting. "I'm going to call 911, I shouted. "They can bring help." "No!" The voice was sharper now, almost angry. "No time, please. Just come help me." That's when I noticed something that made my blood run cold. When I'd called out, there had been a slight echo, my voice bouncing off the trees, but the woman's voice had no echo at all. It was perfectly clear, like it was being projected. I took a step back, and that's when I saw it. My flashlight beam passed over something standing between two large oak trees about 20 yards into the forest, something tall and still. I almost dropped the flashlight. I steadied my hand and pointed the beam directly at the spot. There was a woman standing there, except she wasn't really a woman, not a normal one. The figure was unnaturally tall and thin, with limbs that seemed too long for its body. Its skin was pale, not just white, but almost translucent, like I could see shadows of veins underneath. The hair was long and matted, hanging in clumps around a face that made my heart nearly stop. The face had eyes, but they were wrong, too deep, too dark, like holes punched into its head. But the worst part was its mouth. It was stretched into this horrible wide grin that extended too far across its face, revealing teeth that were impossibly white and sharp, like rows of tiny knives. It wore what looked like a tattered dress, the fabric dark and hanging in shreds, and it was absolutely, completely still, not moving, not even seeming to breathe. Then it spoke, and the voice came from that terrible grinning mouth. "Help me." I dropped the flashlight. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't think. Every cell in my body was screaming at me to run, so I did. I turned and sprinted back toward the house, my feet slipping on the damp leaves. Behind me, I heard movement, fast, scrambling sounds of something rushing through the underbrush. Whatever pretense of being injured was gone. The thing was chasing me. I've never run so fast in my life. I could hear it gaining on me, branches snapping, leaves rustling. The sounds were all wrong, not like human footsteps, but like something with too many limbs scuttling across the ground. I reached our back porch and fumbled with the door handle, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grab it. Just as I wrenched it open, I felt something cold brush against the back of my neck, like fingers, but not fingers, more like tendrils. I slammed the door shut behind me and locked it, then ran through the house, locking every door and window. I grabbed my phone and called 911, my voice breaking as I tried to explain that something was trying to get into our house. While I was on the phone with the dispatcher, the voice started again. Not from the forest now, but right outside our back door. "Emily? Let me in, Emily. I need help." I froze. I had never told it my name. "How do you know my name?" I screamed, backing away from the door. There was a soft laugh, and then, "I know all about you, Emily. I've been watching you. Let me in." The dispatcher kept asking me what was happening, but I couldn't speak. I just stared at the back door as the handle started to turn, slowly, back, and whatever it was trying to get in. I ran to my parents' bedroom and locked myself in. Pushing a dresser in front of the door, I could still hear the voice, now coming from different places around the house. First at the back door, then at a window, then at the front door. It was circling the house, testing every entrance. "Emily, don't you want to help me? Don't you want to be a good girl? Your parents would want you to help someone in need." It was mimicking my mom's tone now, and that was somehow the most terrifying thing of all. This thing had been watching us, listening to us, learning how to sound like us. I stayed on the phone with 911, whispering now, afraid that if I spoke too loudly, it would hear me and know exactly where I was hiding. The dispatcher said officers were on their way, but our house is remote. I knew it would take at least 15 minutes for them to arrive. Those 15 minutes were the longest of my life. The voice kept calling, sometimes pleading, sometimes angry. At one point, it sounded like my dad calling my name in the exact way he does when he comes home from work. When the police finally arrived, their flashing lights illuminated the yard through the windows. The voice went silent immediately. I heard car doors slamming, voices calling out. I was afraid to leave the bedroom until I heard them inside the house, identifying themselves as police officers. 2 officers searched the entire property, while a female officer stayed with me. They found nothing. No footprints, no evidence that anyone had been in our woods. They looked at me like I was crazy when I described what I'd seen. One of them suggested I might have seen a deer and my imagination did the rest. But I know what I saw. I know what I heard. That thing knew my name. It tried to lure me into the forest. And when that didn't work, it tried to get me to let it inside our house. My parents came home early when the police called them. They were freaked out, but ultimately decided the officers were right, that I'd probably just scared myself. They didn't see the look in that thing's eyes. They didn't hear how it could mimic voices. I've done some research since then. There are stories in different cultures about creatures that lure people into the wilderness by mimicking human voices, usually those of loved ones. Some call them skinwalkers, others have different names. Whatever it wasn't human. I still live in that house with my parents. I still have to look out at those woods every day. Sometimes when I'm alone, I think I hear a faint voice calling from the trees. I keep all the windows closed now, and I never, ever go outside after dark. The police never found anything, and everyone thinks I made it up or hallucinated it. But I know what I saw, and I know it's still out there, waiting. I can feel it watching our house sometimes, waiting for another chance. What scares me the most isn't just what happened that night. It's the thought that someday I might hear my mom or dad calling me from the woods, and for a split second before I remember, I might answer. Story 15. I still can't sleep right when I think about what happened last month. My hands are shaking even as I type this, but I need to get it out somewhere. Maybe someone here has experienced something similar, or can explain what we found. My friends and I have always been into exploring off-trail areas that most tourists don't bother with. I'm an amateur photographer, nothing special, just a hobby I picked up in college. And I'm always looking for unique shots of untouched nature. Chris is the outdoorsy one who usually plans our routes, and Stephanie is our resident biology nerd who can identify just about any plant or fungus we come across. We decided to spend a weekend at Whispering Pines National Park. It's about 3 hours from where we live, and while it's popular with hikers, it's big enough that you can find secluded spots if you know where to look. Chris had found some old forum posts about unmarked trails that supposedly led to amazing viewpoints, so we were eager to check them out. The morning started out perfect. Clear skies, cool but not cold, with that earthy smell that forests get after rain. We followed the main trail for about 4 miles before Chris pointed to a barely visible path branching off to the right. If he hadn't been looking for it, we would have walked right past it. The path was so faint that in some places it disappeared completely, and we had to search for broken twigs or slightly flattened grass to stay on track. After hiking for another hour, I started getting this weird feeling in my gut. The forest had gotten denser, with tall pines blocking most of the sunlight. It was quieter than it should have been. No birds, no rustling of small animals in the underbrush, just our footsteps and breathing. I mentioned it to the others, but Chris brushed it off, saying animals probably avoided this area because hikers occasionally came through. We pushed on, and that's when things got strange. The trees started looking different. Their bark seemed darker, almost black in places, and the patterns were unusual, swirling in ways I'd never seen before. Stephanie said she couldn't identify some of the fungi growing on them, which was odd because she's practically a walking encyclopedia of forest life. Then we found the cabin. It was tucked away behind a thick cluster of bushes, and we almost missed it. The structure was old, really old. The wood had turned that silvery gray color that happens after decades of exposure to the elements. Part of the roof had caved in, and there were vines creeping up the walls. But what made us all stop in our tracks was the tree. This massive pine tree was growing right through the middle of the cabin, not next to it, not against it, through it. The trunk rose up from the floorboards and burst through the roof, with branches extending outward like arms. Its roots had pushed through the wooden planks of the back wall, creating this bizarre fusion of nature and man-made structure. The whole thing looked wrong, like the tree was consuming the cabin, or like they had somehow grown together. "Holy shit," Chris whispered. "How long has this been here?" I pulled out my camera and started taking pictures. Through my viewfinder, I noticed something glinting in the tree trunk. We moved closer to investigate, and that's when we saw the knife. It was a hunting knife with a wooden handle, embedded in the trunk about 5 feet up from the ground. The blade looked impossibly clean and sharp for something that had been stuck in a tree for who knows how long. There was no rust, no tarnish, just bright metal catching what little sunlight filtered through the canopy. The placement seemed deliberate, like someone had driven it into the wood with purpose. "Should we pull it out?" Stephanie asked. "No," I said immediately, surprising myself with how forcefully I responded. "I don't think we should touch anything here." Looking back, that was the moment when we should have left. But curiosity got the better of us, and we decided to look inside the cabin. The door creaked open with minimal effort. The interior was a single room, dim except for the light coming through the hole in the roof where the tree broke through. Dust particles floated in the air, visible in the beams of sunlight. The musty smell hit us immediately, that distinctive odor of rot and age and abandonment. In one corner was a small bed frame with no mattress. A rusted metal stove sat in another corner. There was a wooden table against one wall, and on it, piled neatly, were newspapers, lots of them. Chris walked over and carefully picked up the top one. "These are from 1997, he said, his voice unnaturally loud in the silence of the cabin. The headline made my blood run cold. "Search continues for missing hiker in Whispering Pines." Below it was a photo of a man in his 30s with a beard and friendly eyes. John Fielding, age 34, last seen entering the park 5 days prior. We started going through the papers. They chronicled the search effort over several weeks. Search parties had combed the area but found nothing. No backpack, no clothing, no sign of what had happened to him. The final article we found stated that the search was being scaled back, with authorities presuming Fielding had suffered an accident in a remote area of the park. "Guys," Stephanie called from the other side of the room. She was kneeling next to a wooden chest that had been partially hidden by debris. "You need to see this." The chest contained clothes, men's clothes, a flannel shirt, jeans, hiking boots, all stained with something dark brown. There was also a broken flashlight and a torn map of the park with handwritten notes in the margins. But what made my stomach drop was a black and white photograph at the bottom of the chest. It showed a man standing at the edge of a clearing with what looked like the cabin visible in the background. His face had been scratched out, not torn or cut, but deliberately scratched with something sharp, over and over until the face was just a mess of white paper fibers. The three of us stared at the items in silence. I felt like I couldn't breathe properly, like the air in the cabin had gotten thicker. That's when I noticed how quiet it had become. No wind in the trees outside, no distant bird calls, nothing. "We need to go," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. "Now." "Wait," Chris said, pointing at something carved into the floorboards near the tree trunk. We hadn't noticed it before because it was partially covered by fallen debris. I brushed away the leaves and dirt to reveal crudely carved letters. They spelled out, "It grows through you." As I read the words aloud, the temperature seemed to drop several degrees. The silence pressed against my ears like a physical weight, and then I noticed something about the tree that I hadn't seen before. There were shapes in the bark, subtle contours that looked disturbingly like a human face. Not clear enough to make out features, just the suggestion of eyes, a nose, a mouth frozen in what might have been a scream. "It's just pareidolia," Stephanie whispered, her scientific mind trying to rationalize what we were seeing. Our brains looking for patterns that aren't really there. But I knew what I was seeing. And as I stared at that face in the bark, I swear the eyes moved just slightly to focus on me. I stumbled backward, knocking into the table and sending newspapers fluttering to the floor. That broke the spell. We grabbed our backpacks and practically ran out of the cabin. Outside, the forest looked different somehow. The trees seemed to be leaning in toward us, their branches reaching a little too low. The path we had followed was less distinct, as if it were being reclaimed by the forest even as we stood there. We started hiking back the way we came, moving quickly, no one wanting to suggest stopping for a break. The silence continued. No wildlife, no rustling leaves, just the sound of our increasingly panicked breathing and footsteps. About 15 minutes into our retreat, Stephanie stopped suddenly and pointed. "Wasn't that tree trunk straight before?" She was right. A large pine about 20 yards off the path was now bent at an unnatural angle. Its top portion curved in our direction like it was watching us. I told myself it was just my imagination, that we hadn't noticed it on the way in, but deep down I knew better. We picked up our pace, almost jogging now. The light was starting to fade, though it was only mid-afternoon. Shadows deepened between the trees, and I could have sworn I saw movement in them, not animals or people, but the shadows themselves shifting independently of their sources. "The path should open up soon," Chris said, his voice strained. "The main trail can't be far," but it wasn't opening up. If anything, the forest was getting denser. Trees that I didn't remember passing on our way in now blocked our path, forcing us to detour around them. I checked my phone's GPS, but there was no signal. "We're going in circles," Stephanie said after another 20 minutes of this. She pointed to a distinctive rock formation we'd passed at least twice before. That's when we heard it. A low creaking sound, like wood straining against itself. It came from all around us, as if the entire forest was shifting, moving, breathing, and underneath that sound was something else, a whisper so faint I couldn't make out words, just the sensation of a voice. We broke into a run then, no longer caring about following any path, just desperate to get away from that sound. I don't know how long we ran. It felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. My lungs burned, branches whipped at my face, but I didn't slow down. Then suddenly we burst out onto the main trail. There were people there, a family with 2 kids, looking at us with concern as we emerged from the woods, sweaty and wild-eyed. "Are you folks okay?" the father asked. I couldn't answer. I just bent over, hands on my knees, trying to catch my breath. Chris mumbled something about getting lost, while Stephanie stared back at the forest with a look of absolute dread on her face. We reported what we found to the park rangers before we left. They seemed concerned, but not alarmed, taking down our description of the location and promising to investigate. When I called a week later to follow up, they said they hadn't been able to find any cabin matching our description. The ranger I spoke to suggested we might have ventured onto private property adjacent to the park without realizing it, but I know what we saw. I have the photos to prove it, or I should have had them. When I got home and uploaded them to my computer, every single picture of the cabin and the tree was corrupted, just digital noise and strange shadows where the images should have been. I still have nightmares about that face in the bark. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, certain that I can hear distant creaking, like wood slowly bending. And occasionally, when I'm alone in my apartment, I swear I can smell pine sap and rotting wood just for a moment before it fades away. I don't know what happened to John Fielding all those years ago. I don't know why his clothes were in that chest, or why someone collected those newspapers, or what that message carved in the floor meant, but I know that something is wrong in that part of Whispering Pines, something unnatural that doesn't want to be found. And sometimes, when I look at the houseplants in my apartment, I can't help but wonder if they're growing just a little too quickly, reaching their leaves just a little too deliberately in my direction while I sleep. Story 16. I've never told this story in full before. For decades, I've tried to forget the whole thing, but it's always there, waiting behind my eyelids when I try to sleep. I was a Kansas Highway Patrol trooper back in the 70s, and what happened to me and my fellow officers destroyed my career, my marriage, and nearly my sanity. It started on August 17, 1976. I was working the graveyard shift on Interstate 70 near Salina. It was one of those clear summer nights where you can see every star with just a sliver of moon. Around 1 in the morning, traffic was practically non-existent, just the occasional semi making the overnight haul. I was parked in my usual spot, a little turnout near mile marker 238. I had my window rolled down, sipping on lukewarm coffee from my thermos, when I first noticed them. 7 identical white Ford sedans appeared on the horizon, traveling eastbound. What caught my attention immediately was their formation, perfectly aligned with exactly the same distance between each vehicle, like they were connected by invisible rods. At first, I figured it was some kind of car club, or maybe a dealer moving inventory, but something felt off about it. They were moving at exactly 55 miles per hour, not 54, not 56. Dead on 55, right at the speed limit. I decided to pull out and follow them, keeping my distance. For 20 minutes, they maintained that perfect formation, never deviating even an inch from their positions relative to each other. No speed changes, no lane drifts, nothing. It was like watching machines, not cars driven by humans. I radioed into dispatch to see if there were any reports of unusual traffic. Mary, the night dispatcher, said everything was quiet. Just checking on a convoy of white Fords heading east on I-70, I told her. Nothing reported here, Bill. Want me to make a note of it? Nah, probably nothing. Just looks strange is all. I decided to get closer. I accelerated and pulled up alongside the last car in the formation. That's when the hair on the back of my neck stood up. There was nobody inside. Nobody. The steering wheel was moving on its own, making these tiny adjustments like human hands would, but there were no hands. As I watched, the turn signal activated. No human finger flipped that switch. I nearly swerved off the road. I blinked hard, thinking I must be tired, that my eyes were playing tricks. I sped up alongside the next car, empty, and the next, empty too. All 7 cars were driving themselves perfectly with nobody behind the wheel. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I grabbed my radio and called it in, trying to keep my voice steady. Mary, I'm following 7 white sedans eastbound, and there's no one driving them. I repeat, vehicles are moving with no drivers. There was static, then Mary's voice came back sounding confused. Say again, Bill? Did you say no drivers? Affirmative. 7 identical white Fords, no visible drivers, moving in perfect formation. Bill, are you feeling okay? You want me to send someone out there? Before I could answer, the convoy suddenly signaled and took the exit onto County Road 14. All 7 cars, simultaneous signals, simultaneous turns. I followed them, my palms sweating on the steering wheel. The road was completely dark out there, no streetlights, just my headlights and theirs. We were the only vehicles for miles. Then, about 5 miles down County Road 14, all 7 cars simultaneously slowed down, pulled onto the shoulder, and stopped. Perfect alignment, perfect spacing, like someone had arranged them with a ruler. I stopped my patrol car about 50 yards behind them, called in my position, and told dispatch I was going to investigate. Bill, wait for backup, Mary said, but I was already getting out of my car. I remember the silence was absolute. No crickets, no distant traffic noise, nothing. Just the tick of cooling engines and my boots on the asphalt. I had my flashlight in one hand, my other hand resting on my holstered service weapon. The beam of light bounced across the backs of those identical white sedans as I approached. I got to the last car and shined my light inside. The interior was immaculate, like showroom new. No personal items, no dust, nothing. The steering wheel was perfectly straight, the gear shift in park. I moved to the next car, identical. As I approached the third car, all 7 vehicles' headlights suddenly got brighter, much brighter. The light was blinding. I raised my arm to shield my eyes, and that's when I keyed my radio for the last time. It was exactly 2:15 in the morning, according to the report I read later. Dispatch, the vehicles are... That's all I got out. The light became unbearable, white-hot and expanding to fill my entire field of vision. I felt a vibration that started in my chest and spread throughout my body. It wasn't painful, but it felt like every cell was humming. I don't remember hitting the ground, but I must have, because my next clear memory is walking along the interstate shoulder, disoriented and freezing cold. A truck driver spotted me and called it in. According to the official report, I was found 60 miles from where I'd left my patrol car, walking eastbound on I-70. 14 hours had passed. My car was found where I'd left it, engine still running, door open. The 7 white sedans were gone. There were no tire tracks showing them leaving, despite the dirt shoulder that should have shown clear evidence. When they took me to the hospital, the doctors were baffled. My body temperature was 89 degrees despite it being August in Kansas. I should have been suffering from severe hypothermia, but I was conscious and alert. Most disturbing were my eyes. The doctors found what they described as geometric patterns burned into my retinas, visible during examination but not affecting my vision. They took photos. I've seen them. Perfect hexagons and triangles, arranged in sequences that made no sense. I couldn't remember anything about those missing 14 hours. It was like that time had been surgically removed from my brain, but that was just the beginning. Over the next month, 6 other troopers reported similar encounters across different sections of I-70. Each described the same 7 white Ford sedans in formation. Each reported the vehicles had no drivers. 3 of them experienced missing time. 2 quit the force immediately after. The department tried to keep it quiet at first. They thought maybe someone was playing an elaborate prank, or that there was some kind of mass hysteria happening. They ordered psychological evaluations for all of us. I passed mine, technically, but the psychiatrist noted that I seemed preoccupied with temporal anomalies and excessively concerned with mechanical precision. Things escalated on September 23rd. I was at home that night on mandatory leave, but I heard about it the next day. At precisely 2:15 in the morning, the exact time of my encounter, every on-duty highway patrol officer across a 200-mile stretch of I-70 simultaneously reported seeing the 7-vehicle formation. The radio system nearly crashed from the volume of overlapping transmissions. The recordings from that night are the strangest part. Officers would hear their own voices on the radio before they'd actually spoken. Dispatch would respond to calls that hadn't come in yet. Time itself seemed to be breaking down in the radio room. The technicians who analyzed the tapes later said there were voice patterns that couldn't be explained by any known acoustic phenomenon. By this point, I was having the episodes. They started about 3 weeks after my encounter. I would suddenly freeze, my eyes would unfocus, and I would see highway accidents that hadn't happened yet, in perfect detail. The first time, I saw a blue pickup truck flipping over on the interchange between I-70 and I-135. 2 days later, it happened exactly as I'd seen it. I tried to tell my superiors, but by then, they'd written me off as traumatized. My wife thought I was having some kind of breakdown. Maybe I was, but the visions kept coming, and they kept coming true. I started writing them down, documenting everything: date, time, location, vehicles involved. Over the 6 weeks that followed my encounter, I correctly predicted 23 traffic incidents before they happened. The whole thing stopped as suddenly as it started, October 31st, 1976. Halloween. The 7 white sedans were never seen again. The visions stopped. The other officers stopped reporting anomalies. It was like whatever window had opened between our world and somewhere else had suddenly slammed shut. I tried to go back to normal life, but I couldn't. I couldn't unsee what I'd seen. I couldn't unfeel what I'd felt. My marriage fell apart by Christmas. I took extended leave and never really went back. Eventually, I resigned from the force. Years later, through a friend who worked in the military, I learned that classified radar systems had tracked 7 unidentified objects moving in formation above Kansas during that same period. They maintained altitudes between 80 and 120,000 feet, far higher than any commercial or known military aircraft could fly at the time. Their movements perfectly corresponded with the sightings on I-70. I'm an old man now. I've spent decades trying to understand what happened to me. I've filled notebooks with drawings of vehicles I saw in my visions, sleek things with curved lines and technology that didn't exist in the 70s. Some of them are on the road now. I drew a Tesla Model S in 1978. The geometric patterns in my eyes faded after about 5 years. But sometimes when I look at the night sky, I can still feel that vibration starting in my chest. And on very clear nights, I swear I can see 7 lights moving in perfect formation, too high to be aircraft, too ordered to be stars. I don't expect anyone to believe me. Hell, most days I'm not sure I believe myself. But whatever happened on that stretch of I-70 in 1976 wasn't from here. And whatever they did to me during those missing hours changed something fundamental about how I perceive time. Sometimes I still get flashes, brief glimpses of things that haven't happened yet. They're rarer now, but they still come, and they're still always right. I wonder sometimes if they'll ever come back, those 7 white Fords. Part of me hopes they do, so I can finally get some answers. The rest of me is terrified they will, because deep down, I know I wouldn't survive a second encounter. Story 17. I don't even know where to begin with this. Part of me doesn't want to talk about it at all, but I need to get this off my chest. It's been eating away at me for weeks. I've been struggling with addiction for about 3 years now. Started with pills after a back injury, then progressed to harder stuff. I'm not proud of it. My dad let me move back to his place about 8 months ago. He lives out in this rural area called Blackwood Creek. Middle of nowhere, really. Lots of trees, dirt roads, that kind of thing. He thought getting me away from the city might help. It didn't. Instead, I started this stupid routine. Every night, once Dad was asleep, I'd sneak out of the house and wander into the woods to get high. It became this whole ritual. There's something about being alone in the dark with just the trees and the stars that made the high feel, I don't know, more intense or something. Plus, I didn't have to see the disappointment in my dad's eyes when I was out there. Last Tuesday night was different, though. I remember it was unusually cold for early autumn. I'd grabbed my hoodie, stuffed my pockets with everything I needed, and slipped out the back door around midnight. Dad was snoring away in his bedroom. The moon was nearly full, but there were enough clouds that it kept disappearing, plunging everything into this thick darkness before lighting up again. I started walking my usual path, a little deer trail that winds behind our property and deeper into the woods. I was already taking hits as I walked, feeling that familiar rush spreading through my body. The trees looked different that night, taller, more twisted. Their shadows seemed to reach out for me. I remember laughing at that thought, telling myself it was just the drugs kicking in. I must have walked for an hour, maybe more. Time gets weird when you're high. Everything stretches and contracts. Sometimes a minute feels like an hour, sometimes an hour feels like a blink. I remember stopping in this small clearing where I usually turned around, but that night I decided to keep going. I was feeling restless, like I needed to walk farther, push deeper into the darkness. The woods got thicker, the path less defined. I stumbled a lot, tripping over roots and rocks I couldn't see properly. My heart was racing from the drugs, and my thoughts were all jumbled up. I started seeing things moving in my peripheral vision, just shadows and shapes that disappeared when I looked directly at them. Normal stuff when you're high, but out there in those woods, it felt more sinister. At some point, I realized I had no idea where I was. The trees all looked the same, and I couldn't find the trail anymore. I tried using the moon for direction, but the clouds kept covering it. My phone was dead. I'd forgotten to charge it. Classic junkie move, right? I started getting this creeping feeling along my spine, like I was being watched. Every noise made me jump. An owl hooting, branches creaking in the wind, leaves rustling. I told myself it was just paranoia from the drugs, but it felt so real. I swear I could feel eyes on me from every direction. I pushed on, thinking I'd eventually hit a road or recognize something. The woods seemed to be getting darker and more dense with each step. My high was turning bad. that anxious, jittery feeling when things start going south. My mouth was dry and I kept licking my lips, but it didn't help. After what felt like forever, I broke through some underbrush and found myself standing at the edge of a gravel driveway. Relief washed over me. Civilization, finally. I followed the driveway, thinking it would lead to a main road, but instead, I came upon a mailbox. It took my foggy brain a minute to process what I was seeing in the moonlight. The name on the mailbox, Colton. My stomach dropped. Ray Colton's place, our neighbor, but not the friendly kind. He was this gruff older guy who kept to himself and had this reputation for being aggressive with trespassers. There were rumors around town that he'd shot at some teenagers who were cutting across his land a few years back. Dad had specifically warned me to stay clear of his property, and here I was, standing at his mailbox at God knows what hour, higher than a kite, trespassing on his land. I was trying to figure out which way to go when I heard it, the unmistakable creak of a door opening. Then footsteps on wooden steps, coming from Colton's house, which I could now make out about 50 yards up the driveway. A porch light flicked on, casting a yellow glow that didn't reach where I was standing, but told me someone was definitely awake and coming outside. Pure panic hit me like a bucket of ice water. My heart felt like it was going to explode out of my chest. If Colton caught me here, high out of my mind, he'd either shoot me or call the cops. Either way, I was screwed. Dad would find out everything. I'd probably end up in jail. I backed away from the mailbox as quietly as I could, my eyes fixed on that porch light. There was a massive oak tree about 10 feet behind me, and I ducked behind it, pressing my back against the rough bark. I crouched down, making myself as small as possible, and tried to control my breathing, which was coming in ragged gasps. The footsteps got louder, crunching on the gravel, slow, deliberate steps. I held my breath. Through a gap between the roots of the tree, I could see a beam of light sweeping across the ground. A flashlight. Colton was coming to check his mailbox, at whatever ungodly hour it was. Who checks their mail in the middle of the night? The footsteps stopped. I couldn't see him from my hiding spot, but I knew he must be right by the mailbox now. There was a long, terrifying silence. Then his voice cut through the night. "Hello? Someone out there?" His voice was rough, gravelly. I stayed frozen, afraid even the slightest movement would give me away. My legs were cramping from crouching, but I didn't dare shift position. "I know someone's out here," he called out. "Show yourself now or things are going to get complicated." I heard the unmistakable sound of a shotgun being racked. My blood turned to ice. This wasn't just paranoia anymore. This was real danger. I was going to get shot by some trigger-happy old man while high out of my mind in the woods. The flashlight beam swept past my hiding spot, illuminating the trees nearby. I pressed myself harder against the oak, praying the darkness would keep me hidden. My heart was pounding so loud I was sure he could hear it. More silence, then the footsteps again, moving slowly. He was walking around, searching. I could hear him breathing now, muttering something under his breath. The flashlight beam kept moving, getting closer to my tree. And then, for some reason I still don't understand, the light stopped. The footsteps stopped too. There was this long, awful moment of complete silence. I swear even the insects and night creatures went quiet. It was like the whole forest was holding its breath. Then I heard him whisper, "Not tonight. Not yet." The words made no sense to me, but they sent this bone-deep chill through my body. The way he said it, like he was talking to someone else, someone I couldn't see. The footsteps started again, but this time moving away. Back toward the house, I heard the crunch of gravel getting fainter, then the sound of boots on wooden steps, and finally the door closing. I stayed hidden behind that tree for what felt like hours, too terrified to move. My legs had gone numb from crouching, and I was shaking from the cold, from fear, from the drugs wearing off. Every little sound made me flinch. When I finally convinced myself it was safe, I stood up slowly, my joints screaming in protest. I peered around the tree trunk toward Colton's house. The porch light was still on, but there was no movement, no sign of him. I backed away, keeping my eyes on the house, sure that at any moment the door would fly open again and Colton would come charging out with his shotgun. But nothing happened. I reached the edge of the woods and then turned and ran, stumbling through the darkness, branches whipping at my face, roots trying to trip me. I don't know how long I ran or in what direction. All I knew was that I needed to get as far away from Colton's place as possible. Eventually, I collapsed against a tree, lungs burning, legs shaking. The adrenaline had cleared most of the high from my system, leaving me with that hollow, sick feeling of coming down. As I sat there catching my breath, I realized something that made my skin crawl. I couldn't shake the feeling that Colton had known exactly where I was hiding, that he had seen me, but for some reason had chosen not to confront me. That whisper, "Not tonight. Not yet." It wasn't meant for me. It was like he was talking to someone else, or something else. I eventually found my way back to Dad's house as dawn was breaking. I snuck in, showered, and crawled into bed, exhausted and still shaking. I told myself it was just a close call, that I'd been lucky, that my drug-addled brain had made the whole thing seem more sinister than it was. But here's the thing that's been eating at me. The next day, I overheard Dad on the phone talking about Ray Colton. Apparently, the old man had been found dead in his house that morning. The coroner estimated he'd died sometime around 10 p.m. the previous night, at least 2 hours before I ever reached his property. I've been clean since that night, cold turkey. The terror of that experience was enough to shock me straight, at least for now. But I can't stop thinking about what happened out there. If Colton was already dead, then who came out of that house? Whose footsteps did I hear? Who was carrying that flashlight and racking that shotgun? And most importantly, what did they mean by "not tonight, not yet"? The woods around Blackwood Creek seem different to me now. Watching, waiting. I feel eyes on me whenever I step outside. Dad wants me to see a therapist, thinks I'm having withdrawal hallucinations. Maybe he's right. Maybe my brain is just trying to process the trauma of addiction. But a part of me knows better. A part of me knows that something is out there in those woods, and sooner or later, it's coming for me. Story 18. I never believed in the paranormal before moving into that apartment. I mean, I'd watch ghost hunting shows for fun, but I always thought they were just entertainment. My wife Madison felt the same way. We were so excited when we found that place. Affordable 2-bedroom in a decent neighborhood, perfect for starting our life together after the wedding. It was our first place as a married couple, and I brought along my cat, Jinx, who I'd had for about 5 years by then. The first couple weeks were completely normal. We were just happy newlyweds, setting up our home. Then the little things started happening. At first it was just noises, like something falling or being knocked over. I always assumed it was Jinx getting into things. She was always a curious cat, loved exploring every cabinet and shelf. But every time I'd go to check what fell, nothing would be out of place. Madison noticed it too. "Dylan, did you hear that?" she'd ask from the living room while I was in the kitchen. "Yeah, probably just Jinx," I'd call back. But when we'd look for her, she'd be fast asleep somewhere, not even close to where the noise came from. We didn't think much of it though. Old buildings make noise, right? Pipes, neighbors, whatever. About 3 months after moving in, Madison got pregnant. We were over the moon excited, started planning the nursery, picking out names, all that stuff new parents do. But that's also when things started to get weird. Jinx's behavior changed first. She started doing this thing where she'd suddenly bolt down the hallway like a bat out of hell, fur all puffed up. Not just normal cat zoomies, this was different. Her eyes would get huge, and she'd stare at empty spaces in the hallway before tearing through the apartment. Sometimes she'd stop dead in her tracks and just stare at the wall, growling low in her throat. Then Madison and I both started seeing things. Nothing super obvious at first, just shadows moving in the corner of your eye. Always in that same hallway that connected our bedroom to what would become the nursery. I'd see it and think someone was walking behind me, but when I'd turn, nobody was there. Madison experienced the same thing. "I thought you were behind me," she said one night after jumping when she turned around. I swore I saw someone. We laughed it off, but I could tell we were both a little freaked out. Still, we had so much going on with the pregnancy that we didn't have time to worry about weird shadows. We had a baby coming. That was our focus. By Madison's second trimester, the apartment felt different. I don't know how else to explain it. The air felt heavier somehow, and Madison and I started fighting a lot over the stupidest things. Why would you buy that brand of peanut butter? You know I hate it, she'd snap at me. You've literally never mentioned having a preference about peanut butter in 5 years together, I'd fire back. Then we'd be screaming at each other about peanut butter of all things. It wasn't like us. Before moving in, we hardly ever fought, but suddenly we were at each other's throats daily. I remember looking at her during one argument and feeling this intense dislike that scared me. It wasn't me. I loved Madison more than anything, but in those moments, it was like something else was controlling my emotions. Madison felt it too. She broke down crying one night after we'd been arguing for hours about how I loaded the dishwasher. "What's happening to us?" she sobbed. "I don't even recognize myself anymore. The things I've been saying to you." "That's not me, Dylan." I held her and promised things would get better once the baby came. We blamed it on pregnancy hormones and stress. We were wrong. When our son Ethan was born, things got worse. The fighting continued, but now Jinx's behavior became straight up concerning. She'd always been my buddy, slept at the foot of my bed for years. But now she was constantly underfoot, deliberately it seemed. She'd dart between our legs when we were carrying the baby. She'd jump on counters, something she'd never done before, and knock things over while staring right at us. One night I nearly tripped while carrying Ethan to his crib. Jinx had run directly in front of me in the dark. If I hadn't caught myself on the wall, I could have fallen with my newborn son. When I looked down, Jinx was just sitting there, staring up at me with these eyes that didn't look right. They didn't look like my cat's eyes. "What the hell is wrong with you?" I hissed at her, and I swear to God she gave me this look that was almost smug. I know how that sounds, but anyone with cats knows they have expressions. And this wasn't a normal cat expression. The worst incident happened when Ethan was about 2 months old. I was on the floor with him doing tummy time, making those ridiculous baby noises all parents make. "Run, run, run, little guy," I was saying, moving his little legs like he was running. "Soon you'll be running all over the place." Then I heard it, clear as day, from somewhere down the hallway, that same hallway where all the weird stuff happened. A voice mimicking mine. "Run, run, run." It wasn't Madison. She was in the shower. I could hear the water running. It wasn't the TV, it wasn't on. It was a voice, exactly like mine, but hollow somehow, empty. The hair on my arms stood straight up, and I felt this cold rush of fear wash over me. I scooped up Ethan and backed away from the hallway. Jinx chose that moment to slink out from that exact hallway, staring at me with those wrong eyes. That night I told Madison everything, about the voice, about my growing concern with Jinx's behavior, about how I was starting to think there was something seriously wrong with our apartment, or with Jinx. "I thought I was going crazy," Madison whispered. "Last week, when you were at work, I heard someone call my name. I thought maybe you'd come home early, but when I checked, nobody was there. Just Jinx sitting in the hallway, staring at me." We started noticing more connections. The weird activity always seemed to happen around or involve Jinx somehow. The shadows we saw were always about her height. The noises would start, and then she'd appear from that direction. And since Ethan was born, she'd become almost malicious. I loved that cat. She'd been with me through college, my first job, meeting Madison, everything. But I started to wonder if something was using her somehow, or if something had attached itself to her. It sounds insane, I know, but nothing else explained what was happening. The final straw came when Madison woke up in the middle of the night to feed Ethan and found Jinx sitting on his chest in the crib, just staring down at him. Cats sometimes do that, sure, but combined with everything else, we couldn't risk it. With a heavy heart, I found a new home for Jinx. My co-worker had been looking for a cat, and she lived in a house across town. The day I dropped Jinx off was awful. I felt like I was betraying her, but I had to protect my family. Here's the part that still gives me chills. The very day that Jinx left our apartment, everything changed. It was like someone had opened all the windows and let fresh air in after years of stuffiness. Madison and I stopped fighting completely. We both noticed it immediately. "Do you feel that?" Madison asked that evening as we sat on the couch together, Ethan sleeping peacefully in his bassinet. "Yeah," I said. "It feels lighter in here." We never heard the weird noises again. The shadows disappeared. We never felt that strange hatred toward each other again. It was like whatever had been in our apartment either left with Jinx or had been using her somehow. My co-worker reports that Jinx is a perfectly normal, loving cat in her home. No strange behavior, no incidents, nothing like what we experienced. It's been 2 years now, and we've since moved to a house in another neighborhood. Sometimes I still think about what happened in that apartment. Was something attached to Jinx? Was something using her to get to us, or maybe to get to Ethan, or was Jinx somehow protecting us by forcing us to remove her from the situation? I don't have answers. All I know is that the day we removed Jinx from our home, whatever darkness had been growing there left too. I still feel guilty sometimes, like I abandoned my pet because of something that wasn't her fault. But then I remember those eyes that didn't look like her eyes, and that voice mimicking mine in the hallway. And I know we made the right choice. Something was in our apartment, and somehow it was using our cat. Story 19. I never believed in ghosts or anything paranormal. That was until I moved into this house in Somerville with 2 of my friends about 7 months ago. Now I'm not so sure. I'm writing this because I need to tell someone what's been happening, and maybe someone out there has experienced something similar. The house is old, built in 1902, according to the landlord. It's got this weird layout with all these little quirks that you'd expect from a century-old place. When we first looked at it, we thought those quirks were charming. Now they just feel wrong. From day one, there was something off about this place. The rent was suspiciously cheap for a house this size, but we were all struggling financially, so we jumped at the opportunity. I think the landlord was just desperate to get someone in here after the last tenants left suddenly. He never really explained why they moved out in such a hurry. The basement was the first red flag, literally. There are 2 rooms down there, both with concrete floors painted a deep red color. The landlord said it was traditional for basements in old houses. Something about keeping dust down made sense at the time. The house has these strange crawl spaces that extend not just under the house, but apparently under portions of the yard and even the driveway. They've all been boarded up. When I asked the landlord about them, he just shrugged and said, "That's how they built houses back then." I didn't think much of it. The first few weeks were fine. We were busy moving in, getting settled, setting up our rooms. But then weird things started happening. Small things at first, items not being where we left them, doors we'd closed being open in the morning, that kind of stuff. We brushed it off as forgetfulness or blamed each other. Then the noises started. I'd be alone in the house and hear footsteps upstairs when no one was home. Or I'd hear what sounded like someone dragging something heavy across the floor above me, only to go up and find nothing disturbed. My roommates started reporting similar experiences. My dog, Jasper, has always been this super chill golden retriever who barely barks at anything. Since moving here, he's changed. He'll stand at the basement door and growl, hackles raised, refusing to go down there. Sometimes he'll suddenly start barking at empty corners of rooms or follow something invisible with his eyes. It's creepy as hell. About 3 months in, Mike, one of my roommates, started becoming obsessed with the voices. Yes, voices. We'd all heard them by that point. Whispers that seemed to come from inside the walls. Never clear enough to make out what they were saying, but definitely human sounding. Mike became convinced there was someone living in the walls or in one of those sealed crawl spaces. One night, after a few too many beers, Mike grabbed a hammer and started smashing holes in the drywall in his bedroom. "I'm gonna find whoever's in there," he kept yelling. It took both me and our other roommate, Sarah, to calm him down. The next day, he patched the holes and apologized, looking embarrassed. But I saw the fear in his eyes. He wasn't crazy. He was terrified. The worst incident for me happened about 6 weeks ago. I was alone in the house on a Tuesday afternoon. Sarah was at work, and Mike was visiting his parents for the weekend. I was upstairs in my bedroom working on my laptop when I heard it. 3 distinct coughs from the basement. Male coughs, deep, phlegmy, unmistakable. My blood went cold. I knew I was alone in the house. I called out, "Hello?" No answer, just silence. I texted Sarah, "Is someone in the house with you?" She replied that she was still at work. I grabbed my shotgun from under my bed. Yes, I keep one there now. That's what living in this house has done to me. And locked my bedroom door. I sat there, gun pointed at the door, for 2 hours until Sarah got home. I made her check every room in the house before I'd come out. There was no one there, of course. About a month ago, I was lying in bed around 2 in the morning when I heard it, a tapping on my window. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 rhythmic, deliberate. My bedroom is on the 2nd floor, with no tree branches nearby. Nothing should be able to reach my window. I froze, listening. The tapping continued for several minutes. When I finally got up the courage to turn on my light, it stopped immediately. I looked out the window. Nothing there, just darkness. I turned the light off, got back in bed, and within minutes, the tapping started again. This went on for hours. Every time I'd turn the light on, it would stop, turn it off. It would start again. Eventually, it continued even with the lights on. I called my friend Jake, who lives nearby. He came over at 4 in the morning and searched the entire yard with a flashlight. Nothing. As soon as he started looking near my window, the tapping stopped completely. He thought I was losing my mind, but I know what I heard. The breaking point came last week. Mike and I decided to fix up one of the basement rooms to use as a home gym. The red paint on the concrete floor was chipping in places, so we figured we'd scrape it all off and repaint it properly. As we were scraping, I noticed something odd. In the areas where the paint had worn away, the concrete underneath wasn't gray like you'd expect. There were darker red patches mixed in with the concrete. They didn't look like paint. They looked like stains that had soaked into the material. I remembered something I'd read online about testing for blood. "Hey, do we have any hydrogen peroxide?" I asked Mike. He gave me a weird look but went upstairs to grab some from the bathroom. When he came back, I poured a little on one of the dark patches. It immediately started fizzing and bubbling, a strong reaction, much stronger than you'd get from just dirty concrete. "What does that mean?" Mike asked, though I think we both knew. "Blood," I said quietly. "Hydrogen peroxide reacts with hemoglobin in blood. That's blood in the concrete." We both stood there staring at the bubbling liquid. Then we checked other spots around the room. Same reaction, not everywhere, but in several large patches across the floor, and the largest concentration was right in the center of the room. "Maybe it's animal blood," Mike suggested, but his voice was shaky. "Maybe someone butchered a deer down here or something." But there was too much of it, and it wasn't just splashes, it was soaked into the concrete, like a lot of blood had pooled there for a long time. We checked the other red-painted room across the basement. Same thing. Dark patches under the paint. Same reaction with hydrogen peroxide. That night, the paranormal activity ramped up to 11. The whispers in the walls became louder. Objects started moving on their own. Not subtle shifts, but violent throws. A coffee mug flew off the kitchen counter and smashed against the wall. Every door in the house slammed shut simultaneously in the middle of the night. My dog refused to come inside and spent the night howling on the porch. When I finally coaxed him in the next morning, he wouldn't stop staring at the basement door, whining. We looked up the history of the house online, but couldn't find much. It's changed hands dozens of times over the years, with no one staying very long. There's no record of any murders or disappearances associated with the address that we could find, but the records only go back to the 1950s. Yesterday, I was alone in the house again. Mike and Sarah were both at work, and I'd called in sick because I haven't been sleeping. I was in the kitchen making coffee when I heard a voice, clear as day, from the basement. "Come down here." It wasn't a whisper this time. It was loud, clear, and commanding. A man's voice. I dropped my mug, coffee spilling everywhere. My whole body went cold. I ran out the front door and sat in my car for hours until my roommates came home. Last night, we all slept in the living room together with lights on and the TV running. None of us wanted to be alone in our rooms. Around 3 in the morning, we all woke up to the sound of scraping from the basement, like something heavy being dragged across the concrete floor. Mike wanted to go check. Sarah and I refused to let him. We sat there, terrified, listening to the scraping continue for almost 20 minutes before it finally stopped. I'm writing this now from a hotel room. We're not going back to that house. We've still got most of our stuff there, but I don't care. It's not worth it. I keep thinking about those red floors and what might be underneath them. How many people's blood soaked into that concrete? What happened in that basement? I don't know if I'll ever get answers. Part of me doesn't want them, but I know one thing for sure. Whatever is in that house, it's not just memories or echoes. It's something active, aware, and angry, and it's still there, waiting in that bloody basement for someone else to move in. Story 20. I don't even know where to begin with this. I've been camping solo for almost 15 years now, and nothing like this has ever happened to me before. I'm still trying to make sense of it all. This happened about 4 months ago, and I haven't been able to bring myself to go camping since. For context, I'm what you'd call an experienced camper. Not one of those glamping types with all the fancy gear, just me, my trusty old tent that's been patched more times than I can count, my sleeping bag, and the bare essentials. I've always preferred going alone. There's something about the solitude that helps clear my head after months of dealing with office politics and deadlines. This particular trip, I decided to explore some new terrain. Usually, I stick to the established camping areas about 2 hours from my place, but I was feeling adventurous and wanted to get further away from the occasional weekend warriors who sometimes disturb the peace. So I drove about an hour north of my usual spots, into some hills that aren't really on the typical camping maps, not restricted or anything, just not popular. After driving down some increasingly narrow dirt roads, I found what looked like an old logging trail and followed it until it was too rough for my truck. I parked, shouldered my pack, and hiked another hour or so into the hills. It was late April, so the weather was perfect. Not too hot, not too cold. Eventually, I came across this small clearing that seemed almost too perfect. It was roughly circular, maybe 30 feet across, with flat ground and just enough tree cover to provide shade without blocking all the sunlight. A small creek trickled about 50 yards away, close enough for water but far enough that I wouldn't have to worry about flooding if it rained. I remember thinking it was strange that such a perfect spot didn't show any signs of previous campers. No old fire rings, no trash, nothing. But I wasn't complaining. I set up camp, gathered some wood, and built a small fire ring with stones from the creek bed. Everything felt normal that first evening. I cooked some beans and hot dogs on my portable stove, had a couple beers, and sat by the fire until it burned down to embers. It was peaceful. The only sounds were the usual forest noises, wind in the trees, distant owls, the occasional rustle of small animals in the underbrush. I turned in around 10 o'clock and slept soundly. Nothing unusual that first night. The next morning, I woke up feeling refreshed. I made coffee and was walking around the perimeter of my camp when I noticed something odd about 10 feet from my tent. There was a small patch of disturbed soil, maybe the size of a dinner plate. At first, I thought some animal had been digging, but looking closer, it was different. The dirt wasn't dug into like an animal would do. It was pushed up from below, forming a small mound. I poked at it with a stick, and the soil was loose and freshly disturbed. I didn't think too much of it. Maybe a mole or something, though it seemed a bit large for that. I spent the day exploring the surrounding area, gathering more firewood and relaxing with my book. As the day went on, I kept finding myself glancing at that dirt patch. Something about it just didn't sit right with me. That night is when things started getting weird. I'd been asleep maybe 3 hours when I woke up to an odd sound. It was a subtle rustling, different from leaves or branches moving in the wind. It sounded like dirt shifting, and it was coming from beneath my tent. I sat up and turned on my flashlight. The sound stopped immediately. I waited, listening, but there was nothing. Convincing myself it was probably just some animal tunneling nearby, I tried to go back to sleep. It took a while, but eventually I drifted off again. The next morning, I got out of my tent and immediately saw it. Another patch of disturbed soil, just like the first one, but on the opposite side of my tent. What struck me as especially unsettling was how symmetrically it was placed from the first patch, like the two spots were marking opposite corners of where my tent stood. That's when the hairs on the back of my neck started to rise. I spent most of that day sitting in my camp, watching and listening. I told myself I was being paranoid, that there had to be a logical explanation, groundhogs maybe, or some other burrowing animal, but deep down I knew that didn't make sense. What animal would create such precisely placed disturbances? I debated packing up and leaving, but decided to stay one more night. I don't know why. Maybe some stubborn part of me didn't want to be chased away by what was probably nothing. I built the fire up larger than usual that evening, hoping it might deter whatever was causing the disturbances. I also moved my tent about 10 feet from its original position, just to see what would happen. Big mistake. I managed to fall asleep around midnight, but at exactly 2 in the morning, I checked my watch. I woke up to undeniable movement beneath the tent floor. Not subtle this time, it was deliberate. The ground under my sleeping pad seemed to shift and settle. Then came the sounds. Dull thuds against the sides of the tent, like something was tapping from below. I froze, afraid to move, as the thumping continued, working its way around the perimeter of the tent. And then, I'll never forget this sensation, directly beneath where I was lying. I scrambled out of my sleeping bag and practically fell out of the tent. Standing there in my thermals, flashlight shaking in my hand, I swept the beam across the ground, but saw nothing moving. The thumping had stopped the instant I moved. I spent the rest of the night sitting by the fire, stoking it to keep it blazing, jumping at every sound from the forest. When dawn finally came, I approached my tent cautiously. What I found made my blood run cold. A third patch of disturbed soil was right where my body had been lying, right in the center of where my sleeping pad was positioned. This wasn't random animal activity. Whatever was underground was mapping me, my tent, my sleeping position, the boundaries of my camp. I started packing up immediately, hands shaking so badly I could barely roll my sleeping bag. As I was dismantling the tent, I noticed something else that sent a wave of nausea through me. There was a fourth patch of disturbed earth, right where my fire ring had been. The realization hit me like a punch to the gut. Whatever was under there had been watching me through the base of my fire. Something intelligent enough to map my campsite, to track where I slept, and to position itself under the fire to, what? Observe me? I left half my gear behind in my panic to get out of there. I just stuffed what I could into my backpack and practically ran down the hillside, not stopping until I reached my truck an hour later. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. It's been 4 months now, and I still break out in a cold sweat thinking about it. My tent and the gear I left behind are still up there in those hills, and they can stay there for all I care. I've tried to rationalize what happened, maybe some kind of unusual seismic activity, or an elaborate prank by other campers I never saw, but deep down, I know better. Whatever was under that clearing was intelligent. It was studying me, learning my patterns, figuring out where I slept and where I spent my time, and it was getting bolder with each passing night. I don't know what would have happened if I'd stayed a fourth night. I don't want to know. I haven't been camping since, and I'm not sure I ever will again. Sometimes at night, I still wake up to phantom sensations of movement beneath my mattress, and I have to turn on all the lights and remind myself I'm in my apartment on the 3rd floor with nothing but concrete beneath me. But even then, I can't shake the feeling that something followed me home from those nameless hills, something that's still watching, still learning, still waiting for the right moment to push up through the earth again. Story 21. I still wake up in cold sweats thinking about what happened on Devil's River. It's been almost 8 years, but I can't bring myself to go camping anymore, let alone pick up a paddle. I'm only writing this now because my therapist thinks it might help me process what happened, but honestly, I don't think anything will ever make sense of it. I was the 6th member of that group heading down Devil's River in April 2016. Jason, Eliza, Derek, Marissa, and Trevor. We'd been friends since college, bonded over our love for outdoor adventures. We'd done plenty of trips together before. Big Bend, the Boundary Waters, even a week-long trek through Glacier National Park. But Devil's River, that was different. At the last minute, I backed out because of a family emergency. My mom had fallen and broken her hip. I still remember the group text from Jason. "We'll miss you, but family comes first. We'll take lots of pics for you." Those words haunt me now. If I had been there, would things have turned out differently, or would I have disappeared too? We had planned this trip for months. It wasn't just some random weekend getaway. Devil's River is no joke. Remote, challenging, with limited access points. Jason had created this insanely detailed itinerary from Baker's Crossing to Dolan Falls Preserve. I still have the PDF on my computer. Can't bring myself to delete it. The morning they left, I got a selfie from the group at the put-in point. Everyone looked so happy. Trevor was giving bunny ears to Derek, and Marissa was pretending to push Eliza into the water. Jason had his clipboard with the trip plan. That was the last normal photo I'd ever see of my friends. They were supposed to check in each night with a satellite phone, but reception was spotty as expected. I got texts from Eliza the first day. "River's running perfect, clear skies, miss you." Then nothing on day 2, which didn't worry me at first. The signal down there is terrible. When they didn't show up at the pickup point on day 3, I immediately called the park rangers. I knew something was wrong. My friends were meticulous planners, Jason especially. The guy had spreadsheets for his spreadsheets. They wouldn't just blow off their pickup time. The search and rescue operation started that evening. I drove 5 hours from Austin to be there, arriving just as the first helicopter was returning from its initial sweep. I'll never forget the look on the ranger's face when he approached me. He didn't need to say anything. I knew it was bad. The next morning, I went with the ground team to their campsite. What we found makes no sense to this day. Their tents were still set up perfectly. A meal was laid out. Pasta with tuna, one of Jason's specialties, but not a bite taken. 5 headlamps arranged in a perfect circle on the ground, all pointing inward like some kind of ritual. The canoes were secured at the riverbank, paddles stowed, life jackets laid out in a neat row. But no sign of my friends, not a single footprint leading away from camp, no blood, no signs of struggle, nothing to indicate what happened or where they went. The only clue was Jason's logbook, open on his camping chair. His last entry, written in his neat handwriting, ended mid-sentence. "They're coming from thee." That was it. The pen had fallen onto the page, leaving a small ink blot. The search went on for weeks. I stayed as long as I could, sleeping in my car, joining every search party, but eventually had to return to Austin. My life became a cycle of work, sleep, and driving back to Devil's River on weekends to continue searching on my own. About 2 weeks after they disappeared, I interviewed a local ranch hand who mentioned something that made my blood run cold. He said the group had talked to his boss, Henry Blackwell, who warned them about strange activity downstream where some cattle had gone missing. I asked to speak with Blackwell, and the ranch hand looked at me like I was crazy. "Mr. Blackwell's been dead for almost 20 years, he said. "Died in 98. I thought he was confused, but I looked it up later. Henry Blackwell, owner of the Crosby Ranch bordering Devil's River, died of a heart attack in January 1998, 18 years before my friends claimed to have spoken with him. 6 months after they vanished, a hiker found Trevor's camera about 20 miles from the campsite. I was the first person the rangers called. I drove out immediately, my hands shaking so badly I could barely hold the steering wheel. The camera was in perfect condition, not a scratch on it. The memory card was intact. The rangers let me view the photos with them. Most were what you'd expect. Beautiful shots of the river, Candid photos of the group paddling and setting up camp, a gorgeous sunset on their first night. Then came the photos from their second day. They'd taken pictures of strange tracks in the mud near their campsite. Not animal tracks, not human footprints. They looked almost geometric, perfect straight lines arranged in patterns I couldn't make sense of. Trevor had taken close-ups, with Derek's hand in the frame for scale. The final photos are what keep me up at night. They were taken after dark. The first showed strange lights on the ridge above their camp. Not flashlights or headlamps, but perfectly round orbs of white light that seemed to hover in the air. The next showed what looked like a tall figure standing at the edge of their camp. It was mostly in shadow, but unnaturally tall and thin. The camera's flash hadn't illuminated it properly, like it was absorbing the light somehow. The very last photo is the one that makes me physically ill when I think about it. It showed the night sky above their camp, but with a constellation of pinpoint white lights arranged in a perfect hexagonal pattern. Not stars. These lights were too precise, too organized. In the corner of the photo, you could just make out what looked like a hand reaching toward the camera, not a human hand. I've spent thousands of hours researching similar disappearances, talking to experts, consulting with paranormal investigators, even though I used to mock that kind of stuff. I've gone back to that canyon more times than I can count. It feels wrong there, unnaturally cold, even on the hottest Texas summer days. Wildlife avoids the area, no birds singing, no insects buzzing, just silence. The Texas Parks Department put up a warning marker at the canyon and now requires all paddlers to carry satellite communication devices, but they don't tell people the real reason why. They call it a safety precaution due to past incidents. I've tried to move on with my life. I changed jobs, moved to a different city, even changed my name, but I can't escape the guilt of not being there, or the feeling that I'm being watched. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night and see strange lights outside my window, similar to the ones in Trevor's photos. I've installed blackout curtains and security cameras, but the feeling persists. Last month, on the anniversary of their disappearance, I received a text message from Jason's number. His phone had been one of the items left behind at the campsite, so I knew it wasn't actually coming from his phone. The message contained only geographic coordinates. When I plugged them into Google Maps, they pointed to a location deep in the desert, about 50 miles from where they disappeared. I haven't gone to check it out. Part of me wants to, needs to, but I'm terrified of what I might find, or what might find me. There's something else I haven't told anyone, not even the investigators. The night before my friends disappeared, I had a vivid dream about them. In the dream, they were standing in a circle, holding hands, looking up at the sky as bright lights descended around them. I woke up gasping for air at exactly 3:33 in the morning. I dismissed it as anxiety about missing the trip. Now I wonder if it was something else, a warning maybe, or a glimpse of what was happening to them in real time. I've left out some details here for my own protection. I'm not using my real name, and I've changed some specifics about locations. I feel like I'm being watched since I started looking into this. My computer files get rearranged, my phone battery drains for no reason, and sometimes when I'm driving alone at night, I see those same lights in my rearview mirror. If anything happens to me, at least this account exists somewhere. If you're planning a trip to Devil's River, my advice is simple: don't go, but if you do, stay away from that canyon. Don't investigate strange tracks, and if you meet a rancher named Henry Blackwell, run. Run as fast as you can. The authorities have given up looking for my friends. They're classified as missing persons, presumed dead. But I know the truth. They didn't drown. They didn't get lost. They didn't have an accident. They encountered something on that river. Something that isn't supposed to exist. Something that took them. And I think it knows I was supposed to be there too. Story 22. I still don't know what possessed Derek and me to think that taking a shortcut through Whispering Pines was a good idea. We'd been hiking and camping in the area for years, but always stuck to the marked trails. This time was different. We were heading back from a fishing trip up north, and Derek was convinced we could save an hour by cutting through the forest on what he swore was an old logging road. "It'll be fine," he said, tapping at his phone. "Look, Google Maps shows it connecting back to the highway about 8 miles in. I should have known better than to trust Google Maps in a place where cell service drops every 50 feet, but I was tired and just wanted to get home." It was early afternoon when we turned off the main road. Derek's old Ford F-150 bumped along what started as a reasonable dirt road but quickly deteriorated into little more than a path. The trees got thicker, pressing in on both sides, scraping against the truck. After about 20 minutes, the road narrowed so much that branches were whipping against the windows. "Dude, this can't be right," I said, watching the GPS signal flicker in and out. "We should turn back." Derek, stubborn as always, insisted we keep going. "The road widens up ahead, I'm sure of it. We've come too far to turn back now." I checked my watch. 3:30 in the afternoon. We still had daylight, but not for long. October days get short fast in the Pacific Northwest, and the thick canopy above us was already making it seem like dusk. That's when the truck sputtered. Derek cursed, pumping the gas pedal, but the engine made a horrible grinding noise and died completely. We coasted to a stop in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nothing but pine trees, stretching in every direction. "What the hell, man?" I was pissed. "I told you this was a bad idea." Derek tried starting the truck again. Nothing. He popped the hood, and we both stared at the engine like we knew what we were looking at. I'm no mechanic, but even I could tell something was seriously wrong. Smoke was curling up from somewhere beneath the radiator. "Could be the alternator," Derek muttered, which was his way of saying he had no clue. I checked my phone. No signal. Derek's was the same. We were properly screwed. "So what now?" I asked. "Walk back to the main road?" Derek squinted through the trees, then pointed ahead. "I think I see a clearing up there. Let's go forward a bit, see if we can get our bearings or find some help." I checked my watch again. Nearly 4 o'clock. We had maybe 3 hours of decent light left. "Fine," I agreed reluctantly, "but we need to move fast." We grabbed our backpacks with our fishing gear, some water bottles, and the few snacks we had left. Derek locked the truck out of habit, which seemed absurd given our location, and we started walking. The road quickly became even less defined, just a slight depression in the forest floor covered with fallen pine needles. The trees seemed to close in behind us as we walked, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were heading deeper into the forest rather than toward any kind of civilization. After about an hour of walking, the path took a sharp turn around a massive fallen tree, and we suddenly found ourselves in a small clearing. In the center stood a cabin. It wasn't the kind of picturesque cabin you'd see on Airbnb. This thing was rough-hewn logs, a crooked chimney, and windows that were grimy but intact. It looked both ancient and somehow maintained, like someone had been keeping it just habitable enough. "Hello?" Derek called out, his voice seeming unnaturally loud in the quiet forest. No response. We approached cautiously. The place had an unsettling vibe, not abandoned exactly, but not welcoming either. The wooden steps creaked under our weight as we climbed onto the small porch. The door was partially open. "Should we?" I asked, but Derek was already pushing the door wider. The interior was dim, lit only by the gray light filtering through the dirty windows. It took a moment for my eyes to adjust, and what I saw made my skin crawl. The cabin was small, just one room with a wood stove in the corner, a crude table with 2 chairs, and several sleeping bags laid out on the floor. But it was the state of the place that was disturbing. It looked like whoever had been staying there had left in a hurry, or been made to leave. The wood stove was still warm to the touch, not hot, but definitely used recently. On the table were open cans of beans and corn, the contents half-eaten with spoons still stuck in them. A lantern sat unlit in the center of the table, next to a hunting knife with a worn wooden handle. "Someone was just here," I whispered, though I wasn't sure why I was whispering. Derek moved to the sleeping bags, nudging one with his foot. 3 of them, he counted, all adult-sized. I walked slowly around the perimeter of the room, taking in the sparse furnishings. There were no personal items, no clothes, no phones, no wallets or IDs, just basic survival supplies, a few more canned goods stacked in a corner, bottles of water, some rope, a hatchet leaning against the wall. Then I noticed the markings. On the far wall, illuminated by a shaft of fading sunlight, was a series of dates scratched directly into the wood. Some were years old, judging by how the wood had darkened around them. Others looked fresher. The most recent one, scratched in with what must have been the knife on the table, was today's date, October 19th, 2023. "Derek," I called softly. "Look at this." He came over, his face paling as he realized what we were looking at. "What the hell is this place?" I shook my head, unable to answer. The dates went back years, with strange symbols next to some of them, circles, crosses, what looked like tally marks. While Derek studied the wall, I continued looking around and spotted something poking out from under one of the sleeping bags, a weathered leather journal. I shouldn't have touched it. Every horror movie I've ever seen screamed at me not to touch it, but I did. The journal was about the size of my hand, the leather cracked and stained. I flipped it open. The first pages contained what looked like a log, dates, locations, and names. Some had those same strange symbols next to them. I flipped through more pages, my unease growing with each one. The entries became more erratic toward the end, the handwriting changing from neat and methodical to frantic scrawls. The final page made my blood run cold. It contained a single name, Michael Brennan, and beneath it, written in shaky capital letters, "They are watching." The date next to the entry was today's. "Derek," I said, my voice cracking, "we need to go, now." He looked up from the wall, about to say something, when we both heard it. Footsteps outside. Slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on the pine needles and twigs that surrounded the cabin. Not animal footsteps. Human ones. Multiple sets. Derek's eyes widened, and in that moment, we had the same thought. Whoever had left in a hurry had come back. I shoved the journal into my pocket without thinking and grabbed Derek's arm. "Back door," I hissed, pulling him toward what I hoped was another exit. There was indeed a rear door, thank God. We slipped out just as the front door creaked wider. I caught a glimpse of a tall figure entering the cabin, but I didn't stop to see more. We bolted into the forest, no longer caring about noise, just putting as much distance between us and that cabin as possible. We ran until our lungs burned, crashing through underbrush, slipping on wet leaves, branches whipping our faces. The forest was getting darker by the minute, but we didn't dare stop. I couldn't tell if we were being followed. The blood pounding in my ears drowned out any other sounds. Finally, when I thought my heart might explode, we collapsed behind a fallen tree, gasping for breath. The forest was almost completely dark now. Night had fallen with terrifying speed. "Did you see them?" Derek whispered between ragged breaths. I shook my head. Just a shadow, tall. We sat in silence for a few minutes, straining to hear any signs of pursuit. The forest was unnervingly quiet. No birds, no insects, just the occasional rustle of leaves in the wind. "Which way?" Derek finally asked. I had no idea. In our panic, we'd run blindly into the woods with no thought to direction. I pulled out my phone, hoping for a miracle, but still no signal. The battery was at 15%. "I think we came from that direction," I said, pointing vaguely to our right. "But honestly, I'm not sure." We decided to keep moving, hoping to find the path again, or at least put more distance between us and the cabin. We walked for what felt like hours, the darkness absolute except for the weak light from our phone flashlights. Every sound made us freeze, a branch breaking, leaves rustling, what might have been distant footsteps. I kept thinking about the journal in my pocket, about the name Michael Brennan and those ominous words. Who was watching? What happened to the people who had been in that cabin? It was around 11 at night when we saw lights through the trees. Not flashlights, but the steady glow of civilization. We stumbled toward them, exhausted and disoriented, and miraculously found ourselves on the edge of a small town. We didn't speak about what we'd seen, not yet. We just walked in silence to the first open place we found, a gas station with a flickering sign. The teenager behind the counter looked startled as we burst in, probably taking in our scratched faces and wild eyes. "Phone," was all Derek managed to say. The kid pointed to a payphone outside, an actual payphone, like something from another era. While Derek called for help, I sat on the curb, finally taking the journal from my pocket. Under the harsh fluorescent lights of the gas station, it looked even more ominous. I flipped to the last page again, to that name, Michael Brennan. On impulse, I went back inside and approached the counter. "Do you know anyone around here named Michael Brennan?" I asked the clerk. The kid's bored expression changed immediately. "Why are you asking about Mike?" My stomach dropped. "You know him." Everyone knew Mike. He went missing about a month ago, went hiking in Whispering Pines and never came back. They had search parties out for weeks. I must have looked like I'd seen a ghost because the kid leaned forward, suddenly interested. "Why? You know something about Mike?" I couldn't answer. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it all. The cabin, the dates, the fresh entry with today's date. "Hey," the kid said, looking at me more closely. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." I managed to shake my head. "Just got lost in the woods. We're fine." When Derek came back in, I pulled him aside and told him what the clerk had said. His face went pale. "Check the date in the journal," he whispered. "The last entry. Make sure." I flipped to the page again. The date next to Michael Brennan's name was clear. October 19th, 2023, today. But Michael Brennan had been missing for a month. We didn't talk about it again that night. A local mechanic gave us a ride back to our truck the next morning, fixed whatever was wrong with it, and we got the hell out of there. I still have the journal, though I've never shown it to anyone else. I've researched Michael Brennan. He was real, a 32-year-old high school teacher who went missing while hiking alone. His body was never found. I don't know what we stumbled upon in those woods. I don't know who was staying in that cabin or why they were keeping track of those dates and names. And I especially don't know how Michael Brennan's name ended up in that journal on the exact day we found it, a month after he disappeared. All I know is that I'm never setting foot in Whispering Pines again, and sometimes, when I'm alone at night, I swear I can hear footsteps outside my window, slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on leaves that aren't there.